Good evening. Welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama,
I'm here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McQueen Lejeune,
Here.
and Mayor Perez.
Here. We will now hear public comments. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
No public comments for closed session.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, will you please read the closed session item into the record?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. We do have one matter going into closed session. That is the public employee performance evaluation. Awkwardly, it's for the position of city attorney. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, and at the end of the closed session, and prior to the beginning of the regular agenda, to the extent there's any reportable action, I will report out.
Thank you. Do any members of council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for the listed closed session item? Seeing none. Will council, we're going to recess now to close session. The time is 5:31 p.m. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:30 p.m. Please stand and join me for the flag salute. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McQueen LaJean,
Here.
and Mayor Perez.
Here. Tonight's inspiration will be given by Councilmember Gama.
So my inspiration tonight for July 15th, 2024 is
Do you have your mic on?
the surfer.
Councilmember Gama, sorry, can you pick up the mic?
I think you all know what a surfer does. It's a person who rides a wave towards the shore. In Wainimi, an iconic and inspirational surfer was Butch Towers. He made close to 30,000 surfboards in our community. And everybody knew Butch. You could always find Butch at the base of the pier just about every single day. Surfboards have a long history. They used to be really long. Now they're kind of short. But women surf too. In the middle is Bethany Hamilton. She's a huge inspiration. She's a young lady that got her arm bit off by a tiger shark in Kauai at a place called Kahiliwai. Actually, that's where her local beach was, but her arm got bit off at Poli Holly. And I actually got to surf with her when I was living in Kauai. Glamorous surfing in the older days, not so glamorous, but doing it anyways. Look at these kids learning how to surf. We have a wonderful junior lifeguard program here in Wainimi. We have programs to help people with disabilities to get out there and be inspired. They're all inspiration. Now this guy set us surfers back a few years. He gave us a really bad rap, you know, but I'm here to tell you that surfers aren't like Spicoli. The surfer mentality is a mindset that's focused on living in the present moment, embracing challenges, and enjoying the journey. It's a philosophy that can be applied to all areas of life, from work to relationships, personal development. Adopt the surfer mentality, I'm here to tell you. Practice mindfulness, be present in each moment and without judgment. There's so many ways to practice mindfulness, meditation, yoga. We just had about 30, 40 people participate in yoga this weekend at Miranda Park. It's really nice. Self-improvement, surfing, walking, improve yourself and or the environment around you. All is a great way to give yourself mindfulness. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone and try new things. Don't be afraid to fail. Failure is an opportunity to learn, and we all need to fail at things in order to grow as people. So whether it's surfing or not, find something you're passionate about. And when you're passionate, it's easier to stay present in the moment and enjoy the journey. Surfer Dude, this is the actual headline from March 30th, 2016. And the city council was trying to hire a city manager, and I was not a city council person at the time, but I got up here at this podium and I said, hire a surfer. Because they understand the beach, they understand who we are. So I'm here to tell you that our city manager, he's a surfer. Thank you.
I'm just going to point out, you don't say good surfer, so don't get too excited.
Thank you, Councilmember Gama. Madam City Attorney, will you please provide the closed session report?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. Straight to the point. We'll now hear public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. This process will be the same for comments pertaining to each agenda item as well. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
We do. There are several, and we'll start off with David Scribner and then go on to Karen Meyer.
Good evening, everybody. I have some prepared comments, but I think I'll just try and ad lib here because it'll go better. About a year ago, a bunch of us got together and came to the city council asking for help with the Surfside Hotel, which was a disaster at that point. The good news is that you listened to us, the police stepped in, code enforcement, and we've been able to get out the vagrants who were living in there. They were really creating havoc, jumping over fences, riding through our neighborhoods, stealing things. So the good news is that there's nobody there now. Bad news is it's still a disaster. It's been going on 10 years now. I don't know what the steps moving forward are, but we seem to be stalled. At this point, it's boarded up. The front part is boarded up. The back part looks like a war zone. And every time you go past it, there's more graffiti that they want to get rid of. So I'm wondering if you can give us an update on where we are with this. I know you can't do that tonight, but I'd like to get some sense of what happened. The last time we requested that, the city attorney wrote a pretty good description of where we were, and that was quite helpful. But seemingly, we're just stuck at this point. So that's what I'd like to ask from you. Thank you.
And just to note for the public, council is not able to respond or make comments on public comments, but staff is taking notes, or staff can follow up if there's anything necessary to say.
Yeah, and what I will quickly note is we are actually working on an update that we'll be putting out similar to last year, just updating on status and what the next steps are. So.
Good evening. My name is Karen, and I live in Ventura County and have been a resident of California for over 40 years. I'm a volunteer with United Sovereign Americans, not a spokesperson. United Sovereign Americans is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, my colleagues and I come to you as concerned citizens sharing alarming information about our state's voter database, uncovered through thousands of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. While the numbers are staggering and somewhat difficult to comprehend, one thing is clear: they don't add up. We're here to educate and inform you and the public that USA's audit of the certified 2022 election, using only official data provided by state elections officials, shows that the votes cast and counted were not all valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We do not cast any blame or aspersions on anyone. We do not suggest the wrong candidate in any race was wrongly declared the winner, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past election. Tonight, we will present you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. Though you bear no direct responsibility for anything in the electoral process, we come to you as our closest elected representatives for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution, ask questions if you have them, and take the necessity for valid elections seriously by adding our resolution to your next meeting agenda. It is our hope that you will illustrate your support of the concerns of your constituents and your dedication to the political health of our state by signing the USA resolution and petitioning state elections officials for action. Our next three speakers will read the resolution in 3 parts, and our final speaker will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Sheila Johnson, then Mary Gallegos.
Hello, I am Sheila Johnson. I'm a resident of Ventura County. I've Californian for over 70 years. Resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have free and fair elections, quote, and the right of suffrage can be denied by a debasement or dilution of the weight of a citizen's vote just as effectively as by wholly prohibiting the free exercise of the franchise, end quote, U.S. Supreme Court Reynolds versus Sims, 1964. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation, quote, Congress seeks to guard the election of members of Congress against any possible unfairness by compelling everyone concerned in holding the election to a strict and scrupulous observance of every duty devolved upon him while so engaged. The evil intent consists in disobedience to the law. End quote. U.S. Supreme Court in Re Coy, 1888. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following four tenets of an election are upheld. 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. National Voter Registration Act, 1993. 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters. U.S. Constitution 14th Amendment, Section 2. 3, the number of votes counted must equal the number of voters who voted. 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. That's the Help America Voter Act 2002. Whereas open source audit of the California 2022 general election conducted by California citizens has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll Database, 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted. No one knows who cast them. 2,776,849 apparent voting violations are in excess of the legal standard of system accuracy for a valid federal election. The maximum allowable system errors for the 2022 general election in California was 90. Certification as defined by law and attestation of accuracy and compliance appears to have been fraudulent and illegal.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Gallegos. Whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election. Accuracy is defined as the ability of the system to capture and report the specific selections and absence of selections made by a voter without error. Whereas the intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Certification of an election that varies from the law is an abridgment of the civil rights of the citizen, a fraud ab initio. United States versus Throckmorton, 1878. Quote, from time immemorial, an election to public office has been, in point of substance, no more and no less than the expression of qualified electors of their choice of candidates, end quote. U.S. Supreme Court, United States versus Classic, 1941. Whereas California 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our natural rights under a government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulted in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and an assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. 1, proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility required to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. 2, voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review and challenge 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency. Where imaging technology is used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation. 5, adjudication must be signed off by party, candidate, and trained citizens after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records.
Hello, I'm Cindy. I've lived here for 49 years. Number 6, regardless of entry source, election operations and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody for voters to vote count to final canvass, including audibility and witness transfer with proper records. 7, the National Institute of Standard and Technology Compliance randomized statistical valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, vote cast records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election system, including logs. If the total of the unique variance above is more than 10% of the margin victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected, unless the issue can be provable, corrected by a manual hand count and a full review of records. 9, waiver of the requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people in accurately recorded. To be resolved that the Port Hueneme City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented here. We implore the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, the California legislatures, federal legislatures, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, both the California State Secretary of State and the County Register of Voters to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. Thank you.
Ron Meyer, and then Steve Totem.
My name is Ron. I live in Ventura County and have been a resident of California for well over 40 years. I am also a volunteer and not an official spokesperson with United Sovereign Americans. What you heard tonight is the culmination of thousands of hours of work by our highly qualified and credentialed volunteer data teams from California and across the country. It's a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 elections, from registration through certification. In it, you heard us ask for meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of our 2024 general election for all Americans. In fact, the resolution cited many U.S. Supreme Court precedents that support the need for such actions. Let's step back for a second and look at the big picture. Large numbers of Americans, including many right here in California, have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. We can all agree that we wish this was not the case, but official data show these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential to securing our liberty. How much is it costing us not to fix the problem? How much is it costing our GDP, our military, our foreign policy, our health, the self-esteem of our children and young people? And how much is it costing our dignity to keep fighting each other? The cost is immeasurable. So we urge you to get this resolution on the agenda for the next City Council meeting, where you can vote to join us in support of fair, honest, and valid elections. Our website showcases our initiatives nationwide and has some extremely informative videos revealing the anomalies and apparent violations of California law. The website is uniteforfreedom.com. That's unite, the number 4, freedom.com. I encourage you to check it out and learn more about our organization. One more time, unite, the number 4, freedom.com. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Hello, my name is Steve Totten. I am also a Ventura County resident of 30 years. I'm actually the Ventura County coordinator for the United Sovereign Americans, and I appreciate your time in listening to us. We would love it if you could put it on the agenda, so if you had questions, we could answer them. Everyone has the resolution in front of you, and we just appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Carolyn Guillot, and then Gloria Massey.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Guillot. I've been a resident of California most of my life and Ventura County for over 16 years. I'd like to read to you facts related to current voter rolls and election reports. These are the results from canvassing just over 400 homes in Ventura County. I have personally knocked on dozens of doors myself, so I know very well about this situation. At least 2 dead people were sent ballots. Both died 2 years ago. At least 2 voters received and voted ballots, but have not lived in Oxnard for over 2 years because they are full-time residents of Canada. Interestingly, one of them received from Democrat Congressman Julia Brownley a $110,000 grant in 2015. Dozens and dozens of voters were mailed ballots and don't live at the address of record. Dozens of the current residents have lived at the address for years but have no idea who the voters are that are registered at the residence address. There are at least a dozen situs addresses that are commercial businesses and P.O. boxes. 13 voters are over the age of 105. All were sent ballots, and 3 of them voted. 5 are 106 years old, 1 is 107, 1 is 108, 1 is 109, 1 is 121, and 4 were born in 1850, before the Civil War. I will refer to that again in a minute. 47,934 voters don't list places of birth. Several voters return ballots before turning 18 on election day. There are records of voters voting twice in the same election, and in some instances they voted in different precincts, and their ballots are recorded with different return methods. Senator Alex Padilla, who was elected but is listed on the current June 7, 24 incumbent list as having been appointed to a vacancy. As these numbers may indicate, there are too many elected bodies. I'm sorry, is my time up? No, I'm sorry. As these numbers may indicate, there are too many elected bodies in Ventura County that govern with less than 30% of the vote. Said another way, 70% of the voters did not vote for people that are representing them. As referred to previously, 1850, we've been told, is a placeholder grandfathered in by the Elections Code, and the Elections Division says they cannot do anything about it. In Ventura County, these are our elections. It is wrong for our Elections Division to have their hands tied. And it is wrong to have a birth date before the Civil War.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. Thank you for the time allotted for our public comments. My name is Gloria Massey Chinea. I'm a resident of Ventura County for the last 44 years. As you heard and saw in the previous presentations, that you have been presented and have a resolution in front of you, we have in our hands a Gordian knot. And as all you know, a Gordian knot is commonly used to describe a complex, quasi-unsolvable problem. What you heard, you can assume to be a complex and unsolvable problem. But Alexander the Great, in 3333 before Christ, conquered to solve the issue by unraveling the elaborate knots in his warrior chariot wagon because he listened and worked with his army. He was a victor. We, as your constituent, are asking you to again read the resolution and grant us the opportunity to the resolution on your next public city council agenda and take the steps to sign unanimously this resolution. Together, we can solve the Gordian knot. Like with Shakespeare, his play Henry V, as Shakespeare praised for Henry V having the ability to unloose the Gordian knots of politics. Be our Henry V. Be our champions. I ask the Lord and His Holy Spirit to grant you wisdom and His mighty power, and to put on full armor of God, belt of truth, breastplate of righteousness, shoes of the gospel of peace, shield of faith, helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit to solve this Gordian knot. Be our champions and continue to be the great city of Port Hueneme. Port Hueneme, the friendly city by the sea. I can feel the joy you are as our representatives. So please help us solve this Gordian knot. Thank you very much.
Jacqueline Doherty, and then Walter Davidson.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I don't normally speak in public, but I thought it was important tonight to do so. I've been a Ventura County resident for many years. I grew up in Thousand Oaks. And I'm going to talk tonight about the Voters' Choice Act. I support the State Certified Voters' Choice Act and our county elections office. The Voters' Choice Act was enacted to give greater flexibility and convenience for all voters. There's a ballot mailed to every registered voter. Motto: more days, more ways to vote. Please protect our electoral system in Ventura County. We have safe, secure, and accessible voting in our county. We need to encourage more people who have registered to vote and expand our voting participation in our democratic process, not make voting more difficult. The Voters' Choice Act was written and approved for all eligible voters with greater flexibility in their many options of voting. I oppose any barriers or restrictions to the Voters' Choice Act. Citizens who are elderly or have disabilities, as well as working people, have many more options to vote in the county that are secure and burden-free. The Voters' Choice Act has also increased voter participation. 90% of the ballots cast statewide since 2022 were from voting by mail. All Ventura County voters receive vote-by-mail ballots. Voters' Choice Act has been great for our county and our state. There has been no legitimate evidence of widespread fraud in any of our approved methods of voting, Any effort to withdraw or change the Voters' Choice Act would be viewed by the majority of Ventura County voters as voter suppression. If anything, we should enhance voter accessibility, not suppress it. Many of us will be paying close attention to what happens next with our voting rights. Please do not be bullied or intimidated to make changes to the Voters' Choice Act to satisfy a small group of misinformed citizens. Thank you. My name is Jackie Doherty. Did I say that? I don't remember. Thank you.
Walter Davidson.
Good evening to everybody. Thanks, Hueneme City Council, for letting us have the ability to speak. I'm here at number one about fireworks. I want to commend the Hueneme Police Department. They've been doing a good job considering what it is. It's chaos. There's no rhyme or reason, as we all know. I mean, because 4th of July, I'll give it to you, July 3rd. My point is, I was reading an article, the Newshawk paper. It's a Santa Barbara-based paper. Santa Maria started this past year. There's an article in it. They wrote 50 violations that was pending further review. They used drones or drone. They used an aircraft to pinpoint that. So basically, like in the case for me, I call the city all the time and bug them, hey, look, this yada yada address, the same address. The people smartly go in there. They have a group of them run out, go back inside the garage. And so they do it strategically. So that way, if the cops, and they've been coming by and seeing, and I know there's a lot of other issues, prioritize. But if we know of an address that's there, is that something that the city council could consider and maybe budget for that and look into what Santa Maria did? I've heard Ventura's done that. I'm not sure, but I've heard that. But I know the Santa Maria article is the Newshawk. So I'm proposing or suggesting to the city council, if you guys can think about some kind of way of doing that, because I think if people had an alternative, they might, because people are scared to call. Like I'll say with one person in my neighborhood, he lives right across from this person. He doesn't want to call like that because I'm living there. So I go, I will call and I don't care because it's basically, unreasonable. So that was the number one issue I wanted to call about. So if you guys could consider reviewing it and look at that to find out maybe what a remedy is. And in the flyers you hand out, not saying those people give a damn, but maybe, just to remember, remind them, hey, you know what, this is, not to say in season, but, beyond the other dates, we all know it, what's going on. We've all heard it. My second one is, it kind of seems like there's an inconsistency in regards to the code enforcement in Hueneme. I'm a 58-year resident of Port Hueneme and a veteran, but for that. But there seems to be selective enforcement in regards to, I know a person close by, he couldn't put a swing set and a little slide in his front yard. Then around the corner from there, there's a house that has that, a slide, and some other, like a jungle gym. So it's confusing, and I know the one person for sure because he told me he couldn't do it. He put it up and they took it down. So, what is the consistency in that? Is there a consistency? And maybe that's something that can be brought out and highlighted because, and basically those are my two concerns. Then, but I appreciate the time and definitely we hope you guys can look into the fireworks thing too and look at what the other cities have done and what the result of it is and so forth. So, thanks for your time and thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly say on fireworks exactly what our resident said at the end there, that of looking at what other cities are doing and what's working and all of that. And so we always are looking at those things and we'll look at those for future years. And on the code enforcement issue, we will have somebody contact you. There is some complication where homeowners associations sometimes have different rules than the cities, and that seems to cause a lot of confusion if one person lives in one association or another. But since we aren't able to get to that specificity here, we'll have somebody contact you.
Can I get a drone myself? I'll help out. I'm actually considering buying a drone, learn how to fly a drone, and basically I can fly it over the house. The house is like 2 blocks from me, or any other violator, and basically say, hey, you know what? This is 1900.
When we have somebody get back to you on the code stuff, we'll loop that in. There's regulations from other agencies on that. So, yep. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Greg Ross.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, Madam Pro Tem. Thanks for listening. Wow. I'm here with something that's really brief and just an update. So I think, except maybe the city attorney might not have this, but this is what's going in my back porch tomorrow. It's a pollution monitoring device, so we can know what's happening with the prevailing winds that come from the west to the east and encompass some of the particulate matter, carbon particulate matter that's coming from the ships from the port. So that's an update. And now something that's maybe a little more fun. I hope, first of all, I should note, because everyone else said it, I was born in California. I've lived in Ventura County since 1971. So my roots are here. And we would like to beautify the city as best we can. And so what you have in front of you is a KCLU article about MB Hammerhan, who's going through the Bell Arts Factory, and she is a great artist. She does it by herself. The article's in front of you. And the lifeguard stations could be beautified. The port, the tanks that are out there, they're pretty ugly. They could be beautified. So we're asking if you can do that, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Stacy Lang, and then Dulce Setterfield, you'll be after. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Stacy Lang. I'm the new Chief Commercial Officer at the Port of Hueneme, and I wanted to give two brief updates. First, an update on the graffiti complaints about the walls along Surfside Drive and Perkins Gate. The Port of Hueneme facilities team has been working to ensure access to the railroad tracks is further restricted. We're using sheet metal protective barriers at the entrance gates. In addition, it will help deter trespassers as well as minimize the field of vision of the vagrants during the night. There's no timeline for completion as of yet, but the port's putting this together as a committee to craft recommendations for other improvements to address the graffiti in the area. And then also, I'm new to the role. This is my first meeting. I started last Monday, so brand new to this. But the port as a group, Letitia's joining me as well. Letitia, Adam on the public affairs side, Drew and Miguel on the community relations side are going to start attending these meetings, all of them, to be a resource to you. We hope that the information sharing will help us and you be able to move the community forward and move events forward and different initiatives. So thank you very much for your time. And Letitia will speak in a little while on another agenda item. Thank you.
Dulce?
Good evening, Mayor Perez, City Council members, staff. I came to work and live in Port Hueneme, commit to it over 15 years ago. This evening, we're going to start next to the beach. In a medium-density neighborhood, folks question the tagline, "Friendly City by the Sea." We feel unfriended with properties deemed a noise pollution sacrifice zone. Context: the State Health and Safety Code, Section 46000, says all Californians are entitled to a peaceful and quiet enjoyment without the intrusion of noise, which may be hazardous to their health or welfare. Context: our general plan frames noise pollution in technical terms. Yet, when have council members and staff posed tough questions, including technical metrics? Example, car show. Now, I'm not here to pick on the police with their Explorer program. My granddad joined LAPD 100 years ago, once he gained citizenship. But please consider, you don't come into chambers just to bless youth programs you're keen on and rubber stamp fundraisers. Duty includes standing up for what is healthy and safe and transparent for residents, for my neighbor's welfare and for mine. Let's revisit June 9th. Condo and townhome dwellers had hours of shaking windows and harsh distortions in the blast zone of elevated speakers. That sound system faced dunes and Ormond Beach, plus people's homes. So people looked online for the source of disturbance. A Sunday hikers outing stood out, so hikers were blamed at first. And I emailed and said, oh, no, that's not what it is. But the city did shun transparency. I looked at the municipal calendar. There was no mention of the car show. And I searched all those different features here. No car show, no car show. So getting on with it. A local man drilled down to read Resolution 4398, which was passed for permitting events. Content is flawed with date mix-ups. No June 9th is included for the car show. In fact, June 24th is cited for Car Show 2024, a weekday. Let's expect better. Calendar savvy is not rocket science. Maybe it's a fourth grader skill set. The city opts for outreach to a wide array of car lovers, while treating locals as if properties are fair game as pollution dumping grounds. Let's change that. I'm not done yet. There's more. I'll be speaking with you again shortly, and thank you. And also, I'm another surfer, or I wish I were. My body's giving out on that part of life.
And Mayor, if I could just state, and we actually responded to some emails that we got about the car show. We met with the car show group after the car show, and we met with our whole team, and we talked about putting some different standards in place that'll help make sure that the noise is reduced in the future. So we have followed up on that. So.
The in-person public comments have concluded, but we have one written comment. I have a few points to make, hoping the City Council will clarify the issues and seek insight from the City Attorney regarding business item number 9 in the last City Council meeting, smoking in multi-unit residential buildings. Volumes of medical research and decades of study leaves no doubt that smoking tobacco or marijuana is a health hazard. The dilemma for the City Council is should they support either smoking marijuana or tobacco, or support no smoking in multi-residential buildings with regulations. If they choose to regulate smoking in residential buildings, will they specify the substance addressed? If the council decides to regulate smoking in residential buildings, will that open doors for business buildings to sue because the city allows smoking of marijuana in the marijuana parlors? Regarding business item number 10, City Council Agenda 7-1, July 1st, 2024, revising the city's outdoor flagpole display. At the May 6th council meeting, the City Council decided to fly the pride flag for the month of June on an annual basis. If the city is so concerned about equity, why are the POW/MIA flag flown on a single date? The City Council cares more about income from cannabis shops than the injury to citizens around smoke. Further, their month-long pride display insults the millions of men and women who have died for our nation, not to mention the example it sets for the youth of our country. Mark Savala. And that concludes public comment.
Nothing further up?
Just on the smoking and multi-unit housing, I'll just note that the direction from the council was was to do more research and come back. So those are exactly the types of questions we'll be returning with more information on. So nothing was adopted on that or implemented at this point. So.
Is there any info as to why the specific dates were picked for the POW flag?
Yes, for the POW flag, we had done some research with the Veterans Affairs, I believe was the group that we had reached out to, or that we had done some research, and we got some information that the POW/MIA flag should be flown on specific holidays, so we proposed flying it on those holidays.
Thank you. All right, thank you all for the public comment. So we'll now move on to agenda approval. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Do any members of council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for any item on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to, we're going to now recess the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority special meeting. It is now 7:15. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Member Brown?
Here.
Member Blackwell? Member Gama?
Here.
Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member Martinez?
Present.
Vice Chair McQueen-Lejeune?
Here.
And Chair Perez.
Here. We will now hear public comments regarding items on the Housing Authority agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any public comments regarding that?
No public comments.
Thank you. We will now consider items on the Housing Authority consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless an authority member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Do any members have a request to remove any item for discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
Can I get a motion and a
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Oops, you're sorry, you're right.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we have no business items. Are there any member reports, comments, or requests for future agenda items from any member? Okay. We're now going to adjourn the Housing Authority to its next regular meeting scheduled for September 3rd, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And we will now reconvene the City Council meeting. The time is 7:16 p.m. We have presentations, and the first presentation is the Certificate of Recognition presented to Police Officer Anthony Martinez in recognition of receiving the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award.
Yes,
I'll call
and
up-
Chief Federico will be presenting that award.
Do you want to have your wife and
Yeah,
son
we were
come in?
debating on bringing the little one in. I said, bring them in. It's part of life to hear kids loud.
Oh, yeah. You brought him here.
I'd rather hear kids loud than other people yelling, so I'll take that any day.
Hello. All right.
So, good evening, everyone. I'll make it quick for somebody's patience here. As mentioned, our Port Hueneme Police recipient of the 2024 Mothers Against Drunk Driving Hero Award is Anthony Martinez. No surprise that it is your motor traffic officer, who's probably one of our most popular people on social media. So before I even point out that he made 24 arrests for last year, I have to point out a couple of things. You would assume that that's because he's our traffic motor officer, but if you remember, thanks to all the work the team and you did as a council, we didn't get his motorcycle. He did not start as a traffic officer till the end of the year. So he did this mostly during 9 or 10 months as a patrol officer. And if you understand how time-consuming, first of all, it takes a special skill set to handle DUIs. There's a lot of work involved, and there's a lot of knowledge to understand the science. Then once you begin a DUI investigation on a driver, it's a lot of work for the shift, and it takes time. So not only did he accomplish all these DUIs, folks, but he was a patrol officer handling all the other responsibilities that a patrol officer has to, and break from reports and go handle calls. So in all that work, you can understand what his passion was, your dad's passion, right? All the passion that he had to get to where he was to be the traffic officer for the city, the first in years. And it's that passion and that drive that he's built into his new position as a traffic officer. So with that, I would like to present to you Anthony Martinez is our recipient of the 2024 MAD Officer of the Year.
Congratulations, Officer Martinez.
Congratulations.
All right, brother.
Keep up the good work. The next presentation is the introduction of our Community Services Officer, Jessica Baca.
Come on, stand next to me while I talk about you. So, as some of you may know, Jessica started out with us actually last year as our part-time records, but then promoted to our community service officer position earlier this year and has finished her field training in that position. But let me explain her history that got her here and why we're fortunate as a city to have her. Jessica's a dedicated and accomplished professional with extensive experience in public safety. Currently serving as our community service officer and previously as our part-time sports services technician in records. She's dedicated to the core values of public service and is passionate about driving effective change and improving quality of life for the residents of Port Hueneme. Why? Because she too is a resident of Port Hueneme and has been for many years. Very active in the community. Previously, Jessica served several years at the Santa Monica Police Department, where I can vouch I watched her successes and her accomplishments. First, she served as a community services officer, then a lead public services officer, and as a public services officer supervisor, where she played a key role in interdepartmental coordination and community engagement, ensuring seamless collaboration between the police department, other city departments, local businesses, and the community. It's a very busy industry down there, and she had played a lot of important roles in making successes down there. But before that, Jessica served as a public safety professional at the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office in Colorado, working both in county jail and in the Sheriff's Records Division. And a fun fact about Jessica is amongst these law enforcement roles, she also went to work and served as a flight attendant for an airlines. Why? Because she wanted to promote public safety even 40,000 feet above. Jessica has a proven track record in prioritizing the safety and security of diverse stakeholders while fostering collaboration with team environments across various departments. She holds a master's degree in organizational leadership with a focus on human resources management, as well as a bachelor's degree in applied social sciences with a focus on victimology. She received both of those from Colorado State University. Jessica is also a meditation and mindfulness instructor and has future goals of becoming a consultant focusing on teaching others about effective leadership techniques, mindfulness, and the power of meditation. Her forward-thinking leadership, commitment to public safety, and ability to optimize efficiency and maximize results make Jessica an asset here to the community of Port Hueneme. Beyond her professional achievements, Jessica is committed to lifelong learning and continuous improvement, always seeking ways to learn something new or to contribute to the community in a positive way. In her free time, Jessica enjoys spending time with family, including her 2 dogs, and one of them's like really, really big. Yeah, it's big like St. Bernard, like the kind of thing that used to carry the barrel under its neck. She travels, goes to the beach, and painting. Ladies and gentlemen, your newest CSO, Jessica Baca.
Welcome to Hueneme.
Any comments to welcome?
You have any comments from council? And we want to take a picture, yes?
You're, yeah, and you're definitely in the right spot. We got yoga, surfing, meditation, all kinds of good stuff. Yeah.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Jessica. Obviously, your education and your experience makes you the perfect fit for this position, and we're just lucky to have that you also live in Hueneme. So welcome and thank you. Okay, we have the next presentation is the Regional Climate Action Planning, Ventura County Collaborations presentation by Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. And I believe we have the Ventura County Program Administrator, Victor Briones.
That's right.
Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Victor Briones, and I am a program administrator for the County of Ventura Sustainability Division. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you all today. I will be presenting on the county's regional climate action planning efforts and the collaborations formed throughout this process. Perfect. Before I get into the main portion of the presentation, I want to give you a little bit of a background on the Sustainability Division. We've been around for about 5 years and our division has had a lot of growth in that time. We're housed in the County Executive Office, and our team of 12 works on a number of initiatives which include the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, or VCREA, Tri-County Regional Energy Network, 3C-REN, and Climate Action Planning, or CAP. VCREA is a joint powers authority comprised of public agencies working in collaboration with various entities in the region to collectively preserve and enhance our community. VCREA partners with cities and other agencies to install EV charging stations throughout Ventura County to support the deployment of new electric vehicles. 3C-REN is a partnership between the counties of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura, established to deliver energy-saving programs and industry trainings that help reduce energy use, strengthen local job markets, and support efforts to achieve climate goals. 3C-REN works on many projects that include energy upgrades for single and multifamily homes, workforce training, building professionals, and more. I'll talk a little bit more about these two initiatives later on in the presentation. And for climate action planning, the Sustainability Division leads on implementation of the County of Ventura's Climate Action Plan and works with county departments and agencies to complete the measures and actions included in the county's CAP. Recently, our division received funds to create a regional climate action plan and has been working with all our jurisdictions, including the city of Port Hueneme, to create a plan that best suits the region. The funding came from EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grants Program, or CPRG. CPRG provides grants to develop and implement ambitious plans for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and other harmful pollutants. The grant program has two main phases, planning and implementation. For planning, it was a non-competitive grant providing funding for agencies to design climate action plans incorporating a variety of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The implementation grant phase was a competitive opportunity open to entities applying for funds to implement measures included in a applicable Priority Climate Action Plan, or PCAP for short. More on that in the next two slides. Our division received a $1 million CPRG planning grant to develop a regional climate action plan for the Ventura County region. This planning grant has 3 deliverables that need to be met. The first is a Priority Climate Action Plan, or PCAP. The second, a Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or CCAP, and a status report. The status report will be an update to EPA on our progress and is due at the end of the 4-year grant period in August of 2027. During the planning process, our division created a CPRG advisory group that is comprised of local governments, special districts, and community-based organizations to inform PCAP development. The group was key in identifying the priority sectors and measures for the region. And I did want to highlight and say thank you to the city of Port Hueneme, as you have been a member and active participant in the group. The group identified building energy, transportation, and solid waste as the priority sectors for the PCAP. With the priority sectors selected, the group went on to identify measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and other harmful pollutants within each one. In total, the group came up with 7 measures, 3 for building energy, 3 for transportation, and 1 for solid waste. This may not sound like a lot, but keep in mind that the PCAP measures are meant to be implementation ready. The measures included in the PCAP touch on renewable energy, indoor air quality, home energy retrofit programming, EV charging, transportation hubs, vessel speed reduction, and organic waste diversion. If you would like to see the full description of each of these measures along with their associated greenhouse gas emissions reductions, you can view the PCAP document, which can be found in on our Sustainability Division website using the web address on this slide. This address will direct you to the webpage that houses the PCAP. With the PCAP done, we move on to the implementation grant. The county invited implementation-ready project ideas from the City of Port Hueneme and the other advisory group members. Based on the information gathered, the county and VCREA, on behalf of all CPRG advisory group members, applied for about $48 million to implement 3 projects that address priority measures included in the PCAP. The grant application included funds to expand 3C Ren's existing home energy savings incentives, install charging stations and purchase battery electric vehicles for dial-a-ride transit services, and develop an electric bike incentive program that targets low-income or disadvantaged communities, or LIDACs, and farm worker populations. If awarded, we will work with all the cities through our VCRA initiative to implement these projects throughout the region. Next, we will begin working on the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan. This plan is due August of 2025 and will expand on the PCAP, touching on all greenhouse gas emitting sectors. Our division will continue working with the advisory group to develop the CCAP. The advisory group members include all Ventura County cities, the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, the Ventura County Transportation Commission, the Port of Hueneme, and the Central Coast Climate Justice Network. The CCAP elements will include a greenhouse gas inventory with projections and reduction targets, quantified reduction measures, a benefits analysis, a review of authority to implement, and plan to leverage funding opportunities. We want all jurisdictions within the county, Ventura County, to have the opportunity to utilize the CCAP. So it is important that we have the city's continued involvement to ensure that we capture your climate action goals. What does this look like for the city? Be participating in monthly meetings, voicing the city's climate action goals and priorities, submitting data requests and sharing that information with the county to develop a county-wide greenhouse gas inventory, and sharing out surveys with the public, and of course reviewing CCAP drafts and providing feedback. I also want to note that some of the cities will have the opportunity to receive a city-specific inventory. Aside from climate action planning, the city may also be interested in our other initiatives, one of which Councilmember Hernandez is familiar with, as she is the chair of the VCREA board. Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for your support and involvement in VCREA. VCREA manages the Ventura County EV Ready Blueprint, which supports the deployment of EVs and charging stations throughout the county. VCREA provides grant support and applies for grants to fund EV charging and other zero-emission vehicle-centered projects. Recently, VCREA was awarded funds through the Department of Transportation's Charging and Fueling Infrastructure, or CFI program, and the California Energy Commission's Reliable, Equitable, and Accessible Charging for Multifamily Housing 2.0, or REACH 2.0. We also included EV projects in our CPRG application. VCREA also organizes quarterly Energy Champion meetings where partners can share information and discuss collaborations for future projects. Additionally, VCREA keeps a running list of funding-ready charging station projects. We are always looking to add more sites to that list. If you would like to submit a site, you can email our EV coach at evcoach@ventura.org for more details on what information to include in your submission. We're also currently preparing to apply for round 2 of CFI funding and looking for sites to place off-grid charging stations near or in multifamily housing tracts and community centers. So please send us the sites you would like to see charging stations at for Port of Hueneme. And our 3C REN initiative also has program offerings focused on energy efficiency and decarbonization across multiple sectors. There are 3 existing programs and 3 new programs currently under development. The existing programs include Home Energy Savings, Energy Code Connect, and Building Performance Training. And the new programs on their way include Energy Assurance Services, Commercial Energy Savings, and Ag Energy Solutions. I also want to note a couple things about the Home Energy Savings Program. The single-family offering is out of incentives for 2024, but will have additional incentives available in 2025. And the multifamily offering is expected to be fully subscribed for 2024, but is taking reservations for projects that will be completed in 2025 or later. That brings me to the end of my presentation. If you would like to learn more about any of our programs, you can visit our Sustainability Division website at www.sustain.ventura.org. Or if you have any questions about the information I presented on today, you can send an email to sustainability@ventura.org, and you'll be directed to the staff who can best answer your question.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. Does council have any questions? Mr. Goma? No?
Yes, I am becoming more and more aware of EV battery fires, and as I think into the future, 15 years from now, do you have detailed plans to manage and obsolete batteries as they come out of service? How are they going to be processed? How are they going to be rendered not harmful? And I understand that the fire department has issues with the batteries catching fire, and the resulting smoke creates health issues. And so I was wondering, are you researching that, or is that going to come at a later time?
Yeah, so we're always looking into the potential outcomes for these projects that we're working on. That's something that I will take back to the team and see if there's something we can follow up on what we're looking towards for solving that.
Mr. Briones, thank you so much for coming out tonight and sharing the information about the climate action planning that's the county is definitely taking the lead on, and BCREA. You know, it's really nice to know that we're not going about this alone, that it's a regional collaborative effort. And I just want to say thank you to you and the staff for the hard work that you're doing and the plans that are to come. So thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Nothing further from Mr. Briones? All right, yes, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you for having me.
The next presentation that we have is an update on Bubbling Springs Park project given by Housing and Facilities Director Gabby Basua.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, council members, and city staff. Today's presentation is just a receive and file. Wanted to give you an update on the Bubbling Springs project before we go dark. Here with me is 2 members of the Cummings Group who are actually our feet on the ground during this project. We have Ace Contreras and Mark DeVoe. Here, they're here. They're our experts. If you have any questions that I may not answer because it's construction, they are here to answer those questions for you. Wrong button. So just to recap, these are some project renderings of what the beautiful Bubbling Spring Park is going to look like once it's completed. Again, these renderings are not that accurate, but this is pretty much what you can expect once the park is completed. Again, it's just the initial update. The project construction budget was at 11.4. We have a contingency on this project. Currently, the balance to complete as of last week is about $8 million. And the contingency that we have is 1.145. If you recall, you allowed us to have a contingency of that money. We have currently spent $33,000 of those funds, and I will explain in our other slides why it was that we spent this money. I'm going to highlight some of the things that we have accomplished up to today. All demolition and grading in the entire area has been completed. Building footings are in place, and CMU installation is ongoing. And if you're asking what is CMU, that's basically our walls, our brick walls are currently going up. Irrigation and electricity are at 90% completed. Our sidewalk installation has started. It's at the south end of the park, so you will see construction starting by the community center. SoCal Gas, that has been a bit, challenging, and I'll explain why, but we are about 80% completed with getting our utilities into the park. Just another recap. Right above this, you're going to see a chart with dates. This is basically what we have given our construction company, what they've given us, and what we can anticipate was the starting and the finishing. So as of right now, we are still on track. And I say that as of right now. That can change at any moment, and if that does, we will make sure that our city manager gives you that information. But as of right now, we are expected to open up the park in late March. So not everything, has gone as we had wanted, and it is construction, so we did anticipate having some issues arise. One of the biggest things has been the groundwater. We had a lot of rain this year, and we did anticipate groundwater in this area. We knew it was going to be tough. We've known that for a long time, but we just did not anticipate the amount of groundwater that we have faced. It has been a challenge, but we are moving forward. Also, another thing was the transite pipe. As soon as we started breaking ground, we found a lot of transite pipe. That is where the $33,000 came into play. We had to pay to have it removed. It was removed safely, but that was a cost that we did not anticipate. We did not realize we were going to hit transite pipe when we opened the ground. Another issue has been working with SCE. In order to get all the amenities to the park, we needed to install 3 new meters. We have been successful, and we're very close to energizing 2 of them. We are still having issues with energizing 1, which is the one closest to the dog park. So, exciting things are happening. This is Ball Field 1. As you see, demolition is completed. It's been hauled away. Rough grading has been completed. Irrigation and underground electricity is underway. And I'm excited about these lights that are going to be coming into the neighborhood, which is going to allow for some nighttime play for our kids. Ball Field 2, same thing. Stadium lightings and footings and rebar installation is continuing, and underground electricity will start soon. Ball Field 3, almost same thing. This is Ball Field 4. This is the T-ball field. In order to save some money, we kind of decided early on that we wanted to keep the fencing, which is right here. And we were really trying to do this in order to save some money. But now that we've started the construction, we're looking at it, and it kind of doesn't look that nice, right? And I see you shaking your head. So I've asked to get a quote to replace it. And that will be a decision that will be later on, depending on, the entire project. But I just want to let you know that as of right now, this is a fence that we did determine early on that we were going to leave. And we will be getting pricing to replace that fencing and backstop. This is the playground and picnic areas. And I apologize, I just saw a misspelled word up there. Demolition is complete and hauled away. Rough grading is complete. Irrigation and underground electricity is at 90%. The dog park, our famous dog park, grading is complete. Irrigation and underground and electrical is 100% completed. Soccer fields. Again, grading is complete. Irrigation and electricity is at 90%. Stadium lighting, footings, and excavation and rebar installation will continue. Our concession and restrooms buildings. Here you have our restrooms, and we have our concession stands. Grading is complete. Underground utilities are about at 80%. And as you can see, the CMU walls are going up. This is our shade structure and trash enclosures. I think Public Works is probably really happy with the trash enclosures that they will have in order to service this park. And you will see where the shade structure will be going. Currently, the shade structure steel columns are under fabrication, and once we have those, then they will continue with the construction. That is a really quick presentation. So
Very
we're
informative.
available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Director Basua. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Gama? Councilmember Hernandez? No questions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you.
Do we have any comments then?
Yeah, thank you. Great work, and it's exciting. I know March is like going to be it's right around the corner. It's going to come up fast, and you're making great progress. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's exciting to see.
Yeah, I wanted to say, if no one else said it, I wanted to say credit to the team, because this really is a huge project. We keep saying the biggest project we've done, and then we can't think of when the last time we did a project this big was. So it's a huge project, and it's moving forward, and thank you to the team for moving that forward. So.
Yes, and
Director
it's a
Basua
collaboration
has
from,
been
you know,
here
the
about
front.
20 years, so can you think of a project that's?
No, I cannot, but Director Camarillo has been here even longer. He is also older than I am.
He thinks his projects are bigger, probably.
Can you think of a bigger project that we've done in the city? Not in cost. You want to come up here?
But this one has the most public visibility, right? This one is what the
Yes.
public is waiting for and constantly seeing on social media, everybody talking about this project. So we appreciate you staying on track. We appreciate everything that's been done, and we thank you. So
Yes, and please, if, you know, there's any concerns with the community, or, you know, if you hear of us being backed up in construction, please let our city manager know. He's getting weekly updates on progress reports on a weekly basis of where we're at. If we do hit a roadblock, he
no,
will
I
be
hear
the
nothing
first
but
one.
positive. I don't think I've seen any negative on social media. They compare us to what's happening at Oxnard, or why can't Oxnard do this, and why can't Oxnard be like Wainimi? So, but otherwise, we thank you.
Thank you.
So we move on to the consent calendar. We will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Do any council members have a request to remove any items?
I do. It's a long, a large consent calendar, and I marked 3 items, and I thought maybe item 11, 13, 16, and 19, but maybe we could just have a quick rundown. I don't know. I know we have a long evening tonight, but
So those are the 4 items you would like to pull for a brief summary.
just an update, perhaps, from the city manager.
Any other council members want to add any others?
I have just a comment on item 10. I don't.
Should we have it moved? Does that need to be removed for her to make a comment?
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
would
then,
remove the item.
so then we will, do you still want to make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we're going to move also number 10 and number 14. Can we have a motion to approve the remainder, and do you need us to specify what numbers those are? So we have 10, 11, 13, 14, 16, and 19 being removed.
That's correct.
Do you need a specific
job.
motion for the other items to approve?
No, you're making the motion to remove those items and approve the rest.
Okay.
And so do we have a first and a second?
Do we have a first and a second?
First to approve the
You don't have to repeat it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so who had item number 10?
I had item number 10, and I did discuss this with our city manager earlier. He didn't think this is, you know, my concern was going to affect the vote, but I did want to go on record noting that REACH is not the Recreation, Education, Arts, and Culture in Wainimi. It doesn't stand for that. Legally, it is the Recreation, Education, Activities, and Culture in Wainimi. So I think in the future, if we could make sure that gets corrected, we should be using the correct title.
But where'd you find that at?
Under their nonprofit status, or their,
We'll reach
under
out.
their, it's associated with their EIN.
Under Secretary of State?
Secretary of State, yeah.
We'll reach out to them. I think the confusion is I think all the stickers and everything that they put does say
Says
arts.
art.
So so we'll reach out to them and find out what they want to
I
be
mean,
referred
maybe
to.
they want to change it or update it, but it's currently not, it doesn't include the word arts. in it.
Okay, so do we want to do a motion to approve item 10?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. And moving on to item 11?
Yeah, and so quickly, I could just say this, it's a response to a grand jury report that was issued to all cities and I believe to the sheriff's department. It's all cities' law enforcement teams, including the sheriff's department. And the grand jury report was focused on, and it's a known issue, and it's an issue that cities have been trying to solve for a few years now, that each different cities have different radio systems, and the county has different radio systems, and it leads to dead zones or areas where we have a lot of little kind of islands in our county where you know, a little area could be patrolled by the sheriff's department, and now if Oxnard PD or Hueneme PD is near that area, we're not able to communicate holistically. And so it's been a known issue. I think the sheriff had actually identified it as something he wanted to fix as a priority, I think even as he was campaigning and running for office. And so the grand jury now has put out a report saying, yeah, this is a problem, and they're asking all cities to move forward to fix it. The cities in the county have been working on an MOU to get it in place to fix the problem and partner together. The obstacle has been what it always is, which is who's going to pay for it and the cost of the system. And so we're working on that, but there's been good news lately where this seemed maybe further apart. And now it's closer because the county has come up with some ideas of how to pay for it that's going to reduce the impact on most of the cities, including the smaller cities. So essentially with the grand jury report, we're agreeing that we all know that this is an issue, and we are agreeing to move forward on working on this MOU and presenting it to council in coming months.
Yeah, my years at Oxnard Union High School District, I know that we had the same issue within the district. You had Camarillo, El Rio, and it was a real problem 20 years ago, and I'm really glad to see that it's coming to an end, and appreciate the update.
Yeah.
Do we need to approve each one individually like this, or?
Approve each one individually.
Okay, can I
I'd
have
like
a
to
motion?
make a motion to approve item number 11.
Second.
Perfect.
I think the next one was number 13, correct?
And then just because I didn't
Oh,
get the complete vote on item 10,
for
can I just work backwards real quick?
Yeah.
So it was a motion made by Councilmember Hernandez with a second by Councilmember Gama. So that was for the item 10. Yes. So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And then for item 11, Councilmember Gama making the motion, Councilmember Hernandez seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 13?
So item 13, each year we've participated in California Coastal Cleanup Day. This year, California Coastal Cleanup Day is coming up in September. And so when we had started to look at this, I think it's something we've always done, but we hadn't really ever, that I could find, at least in several years, come to the council and actually gotten the authorization to do it and use the staff time and resources to do it. And then we've also typically for the last several years designated 2 council members to serve as city representatives, but again, hadn't found where that was actually done by the council. So the item is essentially to get that support from the council to do California Coastal Cleanup Day, to use our staff time and resources to support it, and to designate council members Gama and Hernandez as city representatives. And then obviously as part of that, the council has the option if they want to change any of those things, but it's on consent with just the recommendation to make it official how we've been doing it and kind of put that on the record. So
Sounds like that was a cleanup.
yeah,
Yep. Got it.
And just to, Councilmember Hernandez and I have been the site captains since 2015, I believe.
Yeah.
2016.
Yeah, it's been a while. And so I think we need to organize a meeting with Surfrider, Coastal Keepers, the port, because we do have literally hundreds of volunteers show up at our site. And then we also would like to coordinate through Fish and Game if we're going to bring dumpsters out there. And so I wanted to discuss this so that we could perhaps set a meeting at some point, maybe August? No?
Yeah, I think we've reached out to set a meeting, assuming this would get approved. So
Okay.
now the main step today is having it approved. So.
All right.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Moving on to item 14.
Item 14 was me. My apologies first for not reaching out before the meeting tonight, but can you just share with me or share with us, in this area, it talks about the delinquent utility accounts. That's total to amount over the last 4 years, $300,000. Can you just share how does that work? How do we get to a delinquent $300,000? And are these commercial? Are they residents? And what do we do when people become delinquent in their payments?
Yeah, and those are all the questions we're trying to address with this item, really. There hasn't been a process in place, really, and no collections process specifically. So, I shouldn't say no process. The process right now is we'll send reminders, essentially, and, first notice, second notice, third notice. But there's no teeth to it, and I have seen this before, and typically people figure out that there is no teeth to it, and they don't maybe even open the second and third notices, and so we had talked about it, and another challenge is that after about 4 years, there's a statute of limitations, and so if we don't get the accounts paid, then it just gets written off, and we essentially lose out on revenue. And so we haven't had that, like any process that really has teeth to it in the past. We're trying to put that in place, and the way that you typically do that is you contract out with the collections agency, because we're a relatively small city, so we don't have our own in-house collections process. But this is a firm that I've used, and actually that this city, the city of Port Hueneme, has used in the past on different projects. And they essentially work off of collecting a portion of the fees. So we're putting this in place to try to start addressing that and not having that amount have it get to that point where you have $300,000 in revenue that you're essentially at risk of losing because you haven't collected it. So we're trying to address that. They are the question about what types of accounts. They're both. It's but residential accounts are a big chunk of that, and we do typically have on maybe a monthly basis, maybe 200 or so, probably about 5 to 10% of our accounts do end up at least getting one delinquent notice. So it's not uncommon for us. It's just that we hadn't had the process with teeth to address it when that starts to happen. So.
Sounds like another cleanup issue.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
If I can just ask one more question.
Mhm.
So just so that I'm clear, so we're talking collections like we would any other type of collections. You're asked to pay, you don't pay, then it starts to hit your FICO score and.
Yeah, so somebody doesn't pay, and they get a first, second, third notice, and they don't pay, and then we send it to this company, Data Ticket, who has the ability to put it on their records, and which then typically motivates a big chunk of people to actually pay it. So.
Thank you.
Question. If a resident doesn't pay their bill and they still live there, how are they getting service?
It's not disconnected, right?
Yeah, there's a few months with that first, second, third notice process. You can you can rack up 3 or 4 months of charges before you get disconnected. A lot of times you have something like if you have multiple residents in one unit and one racks up 3 or 4 months and then doesn't pay, and then somebody else calls and puts it in their name, and so you can have that kind of thing going on. So we do go through, we have a process right now, and we have, that process includes shutting it down if it gets to that point, shutting off service if it gets to that point. So that's not the issue. It's just that then there's no motivation for them to pay it after that point. So this is intended to sort of get the payment made after that time. So
I have a question, if I may. Do we inform these residents that there there are nonprofits out there that provide utility assistance, that if they're having difficulty making ends meet, that they can contact some of these nonprofits for assistance? Do we provide that information to them at all?
So we actually had a meeting last week with this item coming to council. We had a meeting with Community Action, and we talked to them about whether they have the funds right now, and then setting up a process to be able to either have us refer people to them, or we hadn't figured out the exact mechanics of it, but so we're working on sort of that process to go hand in hand with this, of having, when we have that available, notifying people that
Great,
that's
that
available.
would be wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. Can we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
All right, item 16.
I was delighted to see this on the consent calendar. I know that we've heard about our swing set for some time, and I was wondering, though, is this, I don't recall this in our CIP project forward list, so maybe just a little brief update.
Yes, I believe we had this under the CIP, I believe, as Wainimi Beach Walkway Replacement Project. And then we had the swing set project separately, but it wasn't specifically for this, it didn't specifically call out the swing set pad. And I see Charles going up, so maybe I'll let him speak.
Yeah, just to give a quick update. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem,
You
council
introduce
members.
yourself?
I'm sorry?
Introduce yourself for the public.
Yes, this is Charles Capel, City Engineer with City of Port Hueneme. This is actually two projects that we combined to save cost. The CIP project was for the swing set, and then the Hueneme Beach walkway replacement. So we combined the projects to actually save cost on mobilization for the concrete, because most of the swing set is concrete. So that's why we did that, and then we've also reallocated funds from the parking lot project to fund this project. When we did our bid opening, we found that this project came out higher than what we than the engineer's estimate.
And I think just 2 points on top of what Charles just said. First, I think you said most of the project is concrete. I think somebody made a noise, an audible sign. I think most of the cost is the concrete pad, but the swing set itself is not concrete. But
not.
yeah, it'll be an interesting swing set. So thank you for that. But then I'm glad somebody pulled this. It's the challenge with having these consent agendas and not being able to get into them. But I will use this opportunity to note there is a trend, if anybody's looking closely at these items, that the contract awards are trending more expensive. And we said that we're aware that that's happening. We're hearing it. Engineers are recommending to increase your estimated costs. And we see it today with, I think all three of these items trended another, we're already accounting for an increase, but we're still seeing inflation and still seeing an increase. So to the point Mr. Cable made, that we had to look at each of these projects and figure out how to fund some of those differences. And so on this project, for example, we looked at, we had a parking lot improvement CIP project that was intended to fund multiple parking lots getting redone this year, and we're recommending taking some of that money from there and doing this, because we also expect those parking lot bids will come in higher, and we'll probably need to cut one out anyway. So it's the jigsaw puzzle we're trying to figure out, but we're definitely seeing costs still increasing, and but so far we've been able to get creative to figure out how to fund them. So that's a credit to our team doing that. So.
Any further questions for Mr. Cable?
I have a question. Is this the item that contains the ADA mat that I think was, you referred to in that public inquiry?
Yeah, so no, this includes a pad for the swing set that makes the swing set ADA accessible.
Okay.
But currently in the CIP, and this is something that we were doing some research on, but it's something that ultimately we might need to have an item come to council in the future, because currently in the CIP, there is not an accessibility map project in our current plans. And now whether we want to have that discussion and talk about adding it to the plans, we can do that, but it's not in our plans right this minute. So.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. This is correct. This is for the concrete construction. There will be rubber matting for the swing set, and that will come in a separate contract later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
A
thanks.
motion to approve item 16?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 16.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And the final item, number 19.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this item so that we could talk about these great heroes in our community. Kevin Brannon and George Mahogdan are going to be the recipients of our 2024 Hueneme Hero Award. And if you don't know anything about these two, they're addressing the opposite spectrums of our community. On one hand, you got Kevin spending valuable time creating memories with young kids fishing and stewardship and how to come to the Hueneme Beach and be respectful. And on the other hand, you have George organizing and managing what he calls the Savvy Senior Evenings, and he's done 9 of them, and he does it out of his own pocket. And again, he's bringing seniors together so that they can make new friends, dance, and enjoy each other. And I've been lucky enough to help with the volunteer part of it, and I couldn't think of 2 more deserving people for this year's award, and I just wanted to bring attention to both Kevin Brannon and George Mahogdan.
Of course.
Thank you for pulling this item, because I had some comments regarding the recommendation from the Citizens Advisory Commission. I watched the meeting twice and observed the discussion regarding the Hero Award, and unfortunately, they failed to mention 2 other applicants who were nominated. One was the last name of Lee, and then the other one was Nancy Galloway, who does the pantry on Market Street. And, you know, this is the first time that we've nominated 2 people for the Heroes Award. And I thought that Nancy also should have been considered, if not this year, maybe next year, because of the fact that that food pantry really addresses for our community those people who are food insecure and or suffering from food insecurities. And I think that's really important. I mean, it's not something that we as a council observe all the time, like we see Kevin out there all the time, and we know that, you know, what George is doing. It's very public, but this is kind of something that we don't always observe readily. And so, you know, I would really like to see Nancy Galloway at some point acknowledged and recognized for the work that they're doing in feeding our people who are food insecure.
I just want to add that I think the very first time we did this, we recognized Friends of Ormond Beach, and I think it was like 6 to maybe 8 people who were a part of that group. So.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move to approve
Second.
19.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
All right. We will next move on to public hearings. So the public hearing is to adopt a resolution granting special use permit number 08-24 to allow the city of Port Hueneme to host the Hueneme Beach Festival with ancillary live entertainment stages, a sandcastle competition, a youth wrestling tournament, food and vendor booths, an arts and crafts area, a carnival, alcohol booths, and find the event exempt from CEQA. Madam Clerk, do we have proof and publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Will staff please present the report?
Yeah, and Jose Coyota, our associate planner, will be presenting the report from the planning perspective, and then Frank Montalongo from our Police Explorers, Urban Police Department team will be available to answer questions about the beach festival itself. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jose.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Perez and City Council. Tonight before you, you have the Hueneme Beach Festival Special Use Permit 0824. So the request, based on City Council's direction, is to hold a public event known as the Hueneme Beach Festival, featuring live entertainment stages, a sandcastle competition, youth wrestling matches, food and vendor booths, and arts and crafts, a carnival, and alcohol booths. The festival is set to occur on Saturday, September 7th and Sunday, September 8th, 2024 from 11 to 7 p.m. There's approximately 15,000 patrons that will take place daily. General information, a special use permit is required based on the event being proposed at the Hueneme Beach Festival and along Ocean View Drive. This project is exempt under CEQA with those subsections, as the project use is utilizing existing facilities and its minor temporary use of the land, and the conditions of approval ensure that the environmental areas are to be undisturbed. So the festival area, Ocean View Drive will be the main entrance and walkway into this festival, providing a first aid, tent, information booth, and food and general retail stalls. Parking lot B will be used to host the live entertainment main stage, food court, and 2 alcohol serving areas. East Ocean View Drive and off to parking lot C will feature a carnival area, food vendors, arts and crafts locations, and alcohol servicing area, and a second festival performance stage. Hueneme Beach will be used to host the youth tournament and a sand sculpture competition. Surfside Drive will remain open and unchanged and open to the public, where parking can go ahead and happen. So here's a site plan of the festival's area. As can be seen, the general shape continues to be the same year after year, with the difference being that Surfside Drive will be open, and so vehicle access will continue as the current circulation that exists right now, and will feature the main entrance. Down at the beach will be the wrestling competition that is to be hosted on Saturday, September 7th, and the sand competition that's going to be on Sunday, the 8th. The main area, again, will be along Ocean View Drive, where all the stalls and main entrance will be, ending at the carnival area to the south. And then to the west area, there will be the food court and the main stage area. So for the entertainment and the contest, the festival event lineup is currently being finalized, and once completed will be available on the Hueneme Beach Festival's main website, which can be accessed through the city's main website. Live music performance will be provided at the main and festival stages on both days, with music selections including banda, classic rock, pop and R&B, and Spanish rock. In order to engage the nearby schools, a high school marching band competition is planned for Saturday, September 7th, with students participating from Channel Islands, Hueneme, and Oxnard high schools. Finally, a sand sculpture contest will be held on Sunday, September 8th at 11 a.m. Contestants are encouraged to sign up before the event by accessing the festival's main website. And now I'll turn it over to Frank Montalongo to go over the youth wrestling tournament.
When the festival committee got together, we were discussing how we were going to get youth involvement on the beach. Originally, our plan was to host a beach volleyball tournament with the local high schools. So we reached out to them, but in coming to find out, in the fall, their actually volleyball season starts. So they came back to us and told us they weren't available because they had tournaments scheduled already on the date of the festival coming up. So as a result, we ended up turning towards doing a beach wrestling tournament on the beach, hosted by Beach Streets LA, the Oxnard chapter, utilizing the USA Beach Wrestling protocols. That's scheduled to be on September 7th, Saturday morning of the festival. Registration fee per athlete is $30 for the event. We're anticipating participation from about 80 to 100 wrestlers from ages 4 to 5 to the high school level. The athletes must possess a active USA Wrestling card. So in order to compete in these competitions through the Tri-County Wrestling Association, they have to be an active member. They either have the card prior to the event, or if an athlete comes the day of, they are able to purchase a one-day wrestling card, which gives them the secondary liability insurance for the athlete to compete in the competition. So here, a little backstory on Beats the Streets LA. So that is a nonprofit organization that offers youth wrestling for students and young athletes free at cost. So the Oxnard chapter right now, for about 10 months out of the year, offers free practices on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays out of the Oxnard High School. If an athlete is unable to purchase practice gear, wrestling shoes, or even the wrestling singlet for competitions, Beats the Streets will provide all that for the athlete. So on any given night, if you were to go to a practice, there's about 20 to 40 student athletes that are not in high school, junior high, and elementary school practicing. Then when that concludes, then the high schoolers usually come in and practice. California Beach Wrestling is the organization that participates with Beats the Streets. And there's, as far as the Tri-Counties, there's only been one beach wrestling competition, and that happened about a month ago in the city of Oxnard, hosted by Beats the Streets Oxnard chapter. And this September would be the second one held in the county.
Moving on to the security and parking part of this proposal. Security, like with past years, there would be a enclosed fencing around the temporary event. Private security company will be provided on site, basically screening prospective guests before entering, and also to observe when they're leaving and making sure that alcohol stays within the festival ground area of the alcohol servicing area. And lastly, Hueneme Police staff will monitor the gate and screening areas as needed. Finally, parking will be made available free to all guests in parking lots A along Surfside Drive, Ventura Road, and Market Street. Vendors will utilize parking lot E. Accessible parking will be available in parking lot A. And once again, Surfside Drive will remain open to help with parking and circulation. Fiscal impact: this is a city-sponsored event. Furthermore, beach parking revenues will not be collected for beach parking lots A, B, C, E, and along Surfside and Ocean View Drives. The event is expected to be offset by business sponsorships, donations, vendor fees, and beverage sales. Strategic plan consistency. This meets two of our consistency alignments. One, optimal levels of service for residents and businesses to support and establish programs and events that create a strong sense of community pride and a connection to our history and our heritage. And finally, innovation and opportunity. Retain and maximize opportunity for local businesses as the backbone of our community. Now I'll turn it back over to Frank to highlight the Festival Youth Poster Contest.
So another concept that we thought about including the youth in our local region for the festival within their committee was we came up, let's start a first annual youth poster contest. So the theme this year was a friendly city by the sea. We did get a late start because when we got it out, we had about 2 weeks prior to school ending for all the elementary schools and high schools and junior highs. But we ended up with 216 submissions. Wow. And for our first year. And when we sent out the notices, we contacted the Hueneme, Oxnard, Ocean View, El Rio school districts and high schools and junior highs. So it went out to the whole Oxnard Plain and Hueneme area as a whole this year. We did get a sponsor. Lujan Transportation is going to be providing a $350 sponsorship to each participant that won for the festival. And our plan is to add those posters onto our advertisement poster for the Beach Festival this year. So we want to have a couple different variations to show the youth artwork, and we wanted to figure out a way how we're going to display the rest of the posters that we received from it on there. And as you can see, we had 2 elementary school winners, an upper and lower age group, 1 junior high, and 1 high school winner. So the next slide should show. So the first one for the lower elementary school winner is a 3rd grader from St. Anthony's School. The second elementary school winner was a 5th grade from Driftwell Elementary School. As you can see on this poster, they included the snowy plover, the Hueneme Beach sign. So it's a little bit different, black and white, but we
birds are so
enjoyed the detail of the poster. Our third winner was our junior high winner, which was a sixth grader out of Ocean View Junior High. And they incorporated everything for the for what we saw for the beach for the city of Hueneme. And then our high school winner was a ninth grader out of Hueneme High School, and this was a submission that they had submitted for the poster.
Very cool.
No, they're eating ice cream. They're popsicles.
So with that, staff's recommendation for the city council is to adopt the resolution that conditionally approves special use permit 0824 and find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you both for the presentation. This sounds amazing. Do we have any questions for staff? Councilmember Gama?
I'm just still blown away by the amount of participants and engagement you got from the youth art project. So really looking forward to see where this goes in the future. It looks really nice.
Yeah, great work. I'm really happy with the plans that are coming along so far. I do have a question about leaving Surfside open. Are you going to do any traffic control and slow
So
down
the outline that we
drivers?
went with is there still will be some minor traffic control at the entrance. The layout that we went with was what the festival used to be traditionally, dating back to 20 years when I first started. The entryway was always at the entrance of Ocean View Drive, so we will have the gates recessed in with the security checkpoint, and the thought process, we will put some barricades between Ocean View and Surfside, and having the patrons align on the sidewalk as they're entering on both sides of the festival.
Okay. And then on the wrestling, you said that people can acquire a membership card that day of.
Correct.
How do you know that they're a wrestling athlete and they're just not somebody who's going to come in there for the fun of it? You know, just, I mean, could anybody just walk up?
It's really anybody, so anyone technically could go on the Tri-County Wrestling Association to get an ID card. They have the waivers, the forms to fill them out. So in theory, yes, anyone could show up to register. From what I've seen in the past and being at different events or being a former participant myself, you really don't see just a random person coming in, because there is a technique and it's a specialized training to be able to do a freestyle and Greco-Roman type wrestling that you're not just going to go and roll. You're going to want to know what you're doing to be able to participate in those types of events.
Yeah. Are women part of this as
Yeah,
well?
so there are more photos. So as a fun fact, female wrestling or women wrestling is actually one of the fastest growing sports in high school sports, where the CIF, Federation for California, a few years back actually created a separate division, because even a few years ago, the female wrestlers had been wrestling, but they were wrestling in the boys division. And they started gaining so much popularity that they made them their own CIF bracket, where they could go now have a state championship, a national championship, and on the college level, a tremendous amount of scholarships are being handed out for female wrestlers, because the sport's just growing, especially in this region itself within
That's
our
awesome.
local high schools.
That's great to know. And then one last question: are we going to see a budget? Is council going to?
Council's approved council approved a budget, and then we're working within that at this point. And I would say at this point, I don't want to put any pressure on the team, but they're doing a great job and really managing it very closely. And I think I was looking for the opportunity to just make one point, and it's weaved into almost everything that we're providing, including just this diagram, is I want to give a lot of kudos to the team that they are really looking at this event and trying to meet some of those goals that the council set out of making this a local focus, a community focus, including our local youth and in our actual local high school youth, and looking for ways to make it less impactful on the residents. And so it might not seem like it, but that new site map, that was a lot of work to figure out. The intent of that is to reduce that impact on the residents and not have them have to deal with that extra closed streets and all those things, and then incorporating the beach and actually having our beach festival allow people out onto the beach. So all of those things were more work this year, but the team has stepped up to the challenge and is taking that on and looking for those opportunities to get the high school marching band and the high school youth competition sports and things like that involved. So we're pretty proud of it. So.
Love it. Thank
Then
you.
wanted to add one more thing I forgot to mention. The logo you see on top of the PowerPoint, that is going to be the design for the medals that will be handed out to all the athletes as they take first, second, and third at the tournament.
Very nice. I like that. And you brought up a memory when you were talking about boys and girls wrestling. My son wrestled when he was younger, and he forfeited a game because he did not want to wrestle and hurt a girl.
Yeah.
I would just like to add that we had a CIF champion from Hueneme High School in Amanda Diaz, and hopefully she'll be here. I know she's in college now, but I'm pretty sure she's in town, so I'm really looking forward to hearing what the kids have to say about this. Because wrestling, a lot of us don't really know this, but wrestling is huge. In high school, it's amazing. It's not a spectator sport per se, like football and basketball, but there's so many participants, and I'm sure excited to be able to come and participate in something that they love. So thank you for doing that.
I had one more question. Can you go back to the diagram? I had a question about the stage. Are we only having one stage versus two stages this year?
No, we're having two. So we're going to have the main stage, which will be located in Lot B, as you see in the front of the red shaded
and
area.
I see it.
And then on the Lot C, we're going to, so a few years ago, we had the secondary festival stage in Lot C, where the carnival rides were at, but it was moved out last year to Surfside Drive. Since we eliminated that portion from last year, we decided to put the festival stage back in the carnival area, so that because it is somewhat of a distance from the main stage, so we have some ambiance and music in the area where the carnival rides are at for the participants.
Right. So it helps keep the noise away from the residents, I imagine. And are one of the stages going to be designated as the Tony Young stage?
Yes, the committee needs to get back so we could, most likely it'll probably be Lot C.
Okay. Thank you. Good work.
I was trying to think of any big changes that we may have not highlighted, and I think maybe the two would be the no cannabis cove this year.
Correct.
Although we are, and I think kind of mutually, we've been talking to the dispensaries, and we've talked about how they'd like to participate moving forward. And I think everybody was sort of over and past the cannabis cove idea. So there won't be the cannabis cove, but the dispensaries who want to participate, we're going to make sure they can. And then no VIP tent this year. And so, again, it all goes together with trying to reduce the impact of the footprint and the impact on the community and everything, but it resulted in, we had to kind of find a more efficient way to do it. So.
Thank you.
And then one thing if you'll see in the middle area where we had traditionally last year, they had the canopies where the seating area was for the residents. We went back, I guess you could say kind of old school. We're going to go with the round tables with the umbrellas. I remember the festival having the umbrellas, so you kind of got a feel of the sun coming down, but still shaded if you wanted it. So the center area of Lot B will be all umbrellaed tables for the residents.
Very nice. Okay. So no further comments or questions. We'll now open the public hearing and take public comments. The public hearing is now open for public input at 8:27. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
Yes, we have one public comment from Dulce Sutterfield.
Hello again, Mayor, council members, staff. I'm going to continue, if you can remember a little where I was at with earlier, because there's more to say that also relates to the beach festival, which I've gone to a number of times and I stopped caring for it 2 years ago. In fact, it was very hard to hear someone even this close. You had to shout, which is a rule of thumb of being excessive noise. And that was, I was trying to sign up for the Farm Fresh to You. They had a booth right by the entrance, and then I left as soon as that became impossible. Okay, so I'm going to start with the takeaway. A worthy cause is never a complete and compelling reason to foster and host events if elements of such events and the overall setup degrade a beach neighborhood. The city must not doom medium-density residential land use to serve as a noise pollution dumping ground. I think we went over that earlier. We're not a sacrifice zone. Okay, so with noise pollution growing, technology is not to blame. People are making poor choices, allowing sound towers as tall as palm trees, omitting the word amplification in resolutions. I didn't hear it tonight. I heard live music, I heard ambiance. But let's change that. If there's amplification, let's get at the technical metrics. And I have surveyed some of the cities, state parks in Ventura County and such. Amplification is being dealt with in technical terms here and there. I could share more of that later, but you can also do your own research. Sound waves reach way beyond event boundaries. Example, well, first of all, recent resolutions have said that events border an urban area. The general plan says we're a residential area near the beach with all those homes. And we have the creek and Miranda Park close by. Okay, so on days with nonstop noise, I'm even wondering how the birds are behaving, and maybe we should find out. Maybe Channel Islands State University can help with that. Sound spillage affects all ears in proximity and as distant as the self-storage business by J Street. Normally the owners there hear Ormond Beach surf. That sound is a major coastal amenity, but amplification overrides the ocean voice. So that word's been missing. I heard live music, but the band is also live music, the marching band. So why not step it up, show us you get it. There's some things that could be said so that there's not a cover up and so things are fair. So please don't let opaque music, opaque wording conceal things. You're here to promote coastal amenities, not diminish them. According to the strategic priorities featured on the municipal website, at least since last year, your mission is not to drown out susurration and other shoreline sounds. So don't cling to a bias towards noisy equipment situated on paved over areas. That carnival area and where maybe the festival stage will be better there, I don't know, but I know of someone who's lived at Surfside 3 since it was built, and she was really rattled by her windows rattling last year. And that was just, you have generators, you have other stuff. In that area, it goes towards residential land use.
Thank you, ma'am.
So was that my sound thing, or was that the
That was your
warning
time
one?
being up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just note, and I know I already commented, but we talked about after the car show, trying to make sure exactly that point that the sound level is reduced so that people can have conversations, and that was one of our key takeaways. And so we are making those adjustments and coming into this aware of that. We aren't trying to hide that it's amplified sound. In our report, we note that we are reviewing and proposing sound mitigation options, so that's something we're aware of and planning to address. And so we do want people to be able to have those conversations, and the whole event is to bring people together, and part of that is being able to talk to each other. So we're looking forward to that. So
No further public comments?
No further public comments.
Thank you. So I will now close the public hearing. The time is 8:32. So we have before us a recommendation to open the public hearing to take a testimony on documentary evidence, close the public hearing, consider evidence, adopt a resolution approving special use permit number 08-24, the Wainimi Beach Festival, find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA, and take additional related actions that may be desirable. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Perfect, thank you. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please take a vote?
Can I just mention, I do want to say that I appreciate the city manager bringing up that we are going to be looking in, at least not making sure that, basically making sure that we don't have noise pollution, and basically dropping the sound levels of like either the stages, the DJs, whoever's on playing music. So
Yes, and I also want to add in there, thanks to staff for all their hard work on this. We know it's been daunting for you, but we appreciate it. We thank you.
If I may, I would like to add to that what won't be happening this year is there won't be a stage on Surfside Drive, and that may have been the one echoing through the condominiums and sort. So that should make a difference to our resident.
Okay, it'll be a roll call vote. Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McQueen LaJean?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next item is to adopt a resolution granting special use permit 09-24 to allow the city of Port Hueneme to host the Hueneme Summer Beach Run with ancillary beachside sporting activity stations, food trucks, vendors, and live entertainment, and to find the event exempt from CEQA. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Will staff please present the report?
Hi again, City Council, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Once again, this is Jose Coyote, and I'm here to go ahead and go over Port Hueneme Recreation and Community Service Division event known as the Hueneme Summer Fun Run Special Use Permit 0924. So the applicant's request is to hold a Hueneme Summer Fun Run featuring a fun walk and fitness competition. This event is set to occur on Saturday, August 10th, 2024 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. with approximately 200 participants. The run walk competition will commence at the Hueneme Wharf Flag Plaza and continue down the promenade to the Port Hueneme Lighthouse, circling back to the start. An optional fitness competition will take place on the beach adjacent to the pavilion. The fitness competition will include beachside sporting activity stations, food trucks, vendors, and live entertainment to really have the participants in a lively mood. So general information, once again, we're here before you because this event is at the Hueneme Beach Festival, or at the Hueneme Beach Park. And this event, once again, is under CEQA exemption for those sections listed up there, as the project use is going to be within existing facilities. It's minor and temporary use of the land, and the conditions of approval ensure the protection of the environment. Fiscal impact, this is a city-sponsored event, and actually I think there was a slide.
A city and port community benefit fund event.
But it got a little complicated on that point. I think we had talked about the Run for Your Heart was a community benefit fund event, and then we ended up kind of making that bigger and allowing more participants. So we ended up allocating the community benefit fund project to that event, and so this event would not be a community benefit
Got it.
fund.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The slide got a little bit changed out, but yes, we are on the correct slide. Fiscal impact, this is a city-sponsored event. Beach parking revenues will not be collected, as free parking will be provided to the participants in parking lots A, B, and along Surfside Drive. The anticipated event operational budget is what we just discussed, $2,500, which includes the race bibs, participation medals, entertainment, DJ, obstacle course components, route defining signage, and refreshments. This, once again, is the Recreation and Community Service Division's community promotions line item. Account will be absorbed as associated with this event. Strategic plan consistency, optimal levels of service for residents and businesses, support and establish programs and events that create a strong sense of community pride and a connection to our history and our heritage. So this is the proposed event site plan. I'll turn it over to Anna Haley.
Sure. So here you can see the starting point for this event is based at the Hueneme Wharf Plaza, as discussed. One of the things we're looking forward to this year is having all of this accessible to the participants within one location. So the starting and end point opportunity with use of the jetty included will be centered on this end of the beach. We're going to have the participants, with all of that stamina that they have available in the beginning, head west out to the end of the jetty and back. And then again, this event is marketed to the community at large. So we're hoping that this draws participation from all demographics and all members of our community, all ages. And the stations that we're offering as far as the fun element, when they return to the sand, would include the hula hoop activity, a limbo item. And then we wanted to include a visual aid as far as the inflatable obstacle course, because I think that can sound somewhat intimidating. And we wanted to show everyone that this is a very straightforward concept, but still it's going to add that visual sort of impact in that it's a large scale item. It's obvious that something's going on and we're bringing an event to the beach that everyone can participate in. And so it's straightforward in that it's a vinyl floor. It's not going to be inflated. So again, this is an accessible opportunity for all participants within our community. And that's why we've chosen the maze inflatable, as you can see. And then we're going to have everyone go through a soccer competition and then the finish line. And I think in another opportunity in some of these events is this team component. Well, logistically, it's difficult to manage that, I think, as they're crossing the finish line. You may not have all of the participants of your team finish at the same time. So we're going to supplement this activity with a tug-of-war opportunity. And this is something that you may see done in this county in the corporate games. So it's engaging, it's fun, but we'll still have a chance to have teams within our city, so organizations that may be able to unify and come out as a group that may be more inclined to participate as, in that form of togetherness. We're going to intend to market this to groups to also form teams in the supplemental activity in the form of a tug-of-war. So I guess that's sort of a high-level overview of what we intend.
And then this is the proposed event race route. Once again, it goes out to the lighthouse and circling back around in the red there. A recommendation is for the City Council to adopt a resolution that conditionally approves Special Use Permit 0924 and find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much. Does council have any questions for staff? Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you for the presentation. You have no idea how excited I am for this because I didn't actually get a chance to participate at last year's fun run, since I was basically part of the team that was facilitating all the runners. Are you guys gonna use stickers as they complete some of those tasks, or are they gonna get a sticker once they get to the end of the jetty just to make sure that they made it all the way to the end?
Sure. So we intend to roll out 5 different age group categories, similar to that was presented in the 5K. And so the color of everyone's bib will designate the category that they're participating in and then provide an opportunity for an award to be distributed. It's still an emphasis primarily on participation, and just the completion or participation in the activity would still warrant someone there to receive a medal. But I think there is an incentive for people to have that distinction and opportunity to win something. And so we still want to carry that through, and we'll be doing that by way of how they are issued their bib during the registration process.
Okay. And then is there a cost? Like, how much is it going to cost for people to participate?
It is free.
It is free?
Yeah.
Okay, like last year?
It
okay.
is. Absolutely.
Okay, that's cool. And then when can we start signing up, or is it only on the day of?
No, we'll be asking for registration in advance, but all of that'll be forthcoming pending this approval.
All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Councilmember Gama?
I'll be walking fast.
Councilmember Hernandez?
I'm worried about the hula hoop and the limbo. Are these going to be senior-friendly activities?
I think we'll accommodate anyone that wants to participate.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions? All right, so we have, I'm going to open the public hearing and take public comment. The public hearing is now open for public input, the time being 8:43. Are there any public comments regarding this item?
We have one public comment from Dulce Sutterfield.
Hello again. I will do the hula hoop. I won second place as an 8-year-old on the Waikiki Beach, first year ever there was a contest. My sister won first. Okay. So I didn't hear one person ask the question, is there going to be amplification? What are the technical metrics? So I guess I'll be persistent. I'll keep coming back here. You'll be seeing a lot of me, I guess. That said, I'm not expecting this event to be as loud as some others have been. Still, I want to touch on a few things that when you're approving an event, I don't get it, why existing ordinances are ignored. We have an existing ordinance 3436, no amplification on the beach. If there's amplification at this particular event, other events, I think it bears mention. I don't think it's good form to just pretend like it's not there. Suspend it, do something, but do something explicit. Another ordinance is 4009. Anyone know what that one is? No? Okay. Well, that's right, you can't speak. I can speak. So that's about loud noises, also vulgar and lewd, blah, blah, blah. So explicitly suspend them or waiver them, whatever it takes, and maybe the city attorney has comments later. That's my suggestion. But going on community pride, history, heritage, an aspect of that, I'm just going to wing it, but we do have some wildlife still around near the beach, near the creek, Miranda Park, etc. Not just birds, but mammals, etc. So I have been looking at things about noise pollution and wildlife. Ventura City City of Ventura actually has stuff in their municipal code and say that human-produced sound and noise interferes with animal communication, mating behavior, foraging behavior, spatial orientation on land, and in aquatic systems. What decibel level is too loud for birds? Well, my balcony is too loud for birds if it's at the level of the car show, and if it's at the level of last year's beach festival. I don't know about this particular event because I don't think I was around for it last year. So bear that in mind. Maybe down the road this kind of thing can be studied. Maybe I'll fund some of the studies. Laboratory studies and field research have been done on the East Coast, New York mainly. I don't have all the notes on that, but it does say 4 ways. There's 4 main ways animals are adversely affected by noise pollution. And then another source that's the National Institute of Health. Okay, I'm done. You can hear about that one another time, if and when I return. Thank you.
No further public comments.
Thank you.
And I'll just note, the reason we didn't talk about the sound as much here is this is on the other side of the beach, and we purposely moved it away from houses. So we're attempting to try to balance those things and make some of those better design decisions up front. Just one point is, I strongly would not recommend suspending the noise ordinance because then everybody can go out with amplified sound. These permits give us the ability, or whoever applies for and meets the requirements, the ability to use amplified sound under specific circumstances. It's important not to lift that noise ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you. We will now, public input has concluded. I will now close the public hearing, the time being 8:47 p.m. We have before us a recommendation to open the public hearing to take testimonial and documentary evidence, to close the public hearing and consider the evidence, to adopt a resolution approving special use permit number 0924, the Hueneme Summer Fun Run, and find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA, and to take such additional related action that may be desirable. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McQueen-Lejean?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to business item. The first item up is the approval of mural design, continued discussion.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to hand it over to Tony Stewart, our Community and Economic Development Director, who will give an overview.
All right, thank you, James, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and audience. Yes, so this is basically a continuation of a discussion we had just about a month ago with regard to the city's proposed draft mural design. Back on June 27th, you heard a presentation about the design from the mural committee. And after the discussion, the City Council made the following comments regarding the design. Basically, the majority of the council liked the overall concept. However, there were some changes that were requested. For instance, Mayor Perez wanted to see more historic Port Hueneme specific interpretation. Councilmember Gama suggested several revisions, including removing the lemon and related blossoms, considering including California poppies instead, add more emphasis on ocean imagery and proximity and view to the islands from the coastline, possibly with a watermark silhouette. And he also supported emphasizing the port and Navy symbolism, suggesting that the stylized cranes be a little bit more realistic. Councilmember Martinez requested the addition of a snowy plover to the left-hand side of the mural. And then comments were made in general about the Chumash boat, the Tumul's perspective and how it would look if not viewed from the corners that was proposed. And comments were also made that the mural should be expanded to go around the wall at the library's northeast corner to face Park Avenue. So based on that, and I'll show you in the next slide a comparison of the two designs at this point, but I just wanted to go through here the revised design elements. So the artist met with Julie Tumamite Stensley and Casey Rodriguez of the Chumash to validate the title of the mural, which is Once Upon a Time. The cranes were moved to the right corner and made to appear more realistic. The snowy plover was added to the far left. The Chumash boat was made to appear more realistic, and there were additional wave elements added around it. And the lemon and lemon blossoms were replaced by California poppies. But also, there are a few more revisions and fine-tuning that could be made. So the committee will most likely be talking to the artists about this as well. And that is to replace the uppermost poppy and sand dollar with an outline of the island, add another snowy plover to the left, so we've got a couple of them there, and add and wrap wave elements around the corner to face Park Avenue. So the top design was the initial design that everybody saw back on June 17th. And then the bottom design shows a few of the additions. And let's see if I can get this thing working here. So, so you've got the poppies in this area here now. The cranes have been moved over here, and even though they're shadow style, they're more realistic in design. More wave elements have been added as opposed to the lemon blossoms before. And then over here we've got our snowy plover. And then what we're asking for further changes would be to take out this poppy and this sand dollar and instead create more of an island type shadow effect to basically connect us to the Channel Islands, as well as to add another one of the plovers over here and then some of the waves coming around the corner here. So let's see. Then the council also requested that the subcommittee that had been formed to be responsible for reviewing the submissions, the initial submissions that came in, that they be shown the selected design that you just saw and provide feedback. So on June 24th, OPAC emailed the subcommittee members the initial design along with the list of the recommended changes that were made at the June 17th meeting and asked for their feedback. To date, we've received comments, or the committee's received comments from members Cosa, Ortega, and Holden regarding the design and the process. The members were also invited to view the selected design in person, as well as the two that were not selected this past week on July 9th. And so with that, just to repeat from last time, the project is still on schedule. We do, or at least the committee, OPAC will enter into agreement with the artists here shortly. In June through August, the artists will conduct the public engagement, possibly a survey, for instance, of the community, and hire an intern to finalize the design based on all of the input and get the intern ready to go. The final design will be brought back to the City Council at their September 3rd meeting. Then the artists are anticipated to install the mural in early fall with the public unveiling along with the library and maybe at this rate the community center reopening in October or November. So with that, There is no impact of the general fund. This project is being completely paid for from the Joint City Port Community Benefit Fund. And so at this point, the recommendation tonight is not to approve the mural, but instead to consider the revised draft mural design and authorize the mural committee to move forward with coordinating the public outreach for further input on the design and bring the final design back for city council consideration on September 3rd. And with that, I'm available for questions. We also have Carolyn Mullen available here from OPAC, as well as Denise Sindelar from OPAC. She's the one that's basically been coordinating most of this, and she is on Zoom here this evening.
Thank you. Does council have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the direction that staff received at the June meeting when we reviewed the first designs, the initial designs, was to, where is it? Approve the draft mural design and authorize the mural committee to move forward in coordinating completion of the project. And now I see that there's a public input continuation request on here. So what happened? What was the thinking behind wanting the committee to seek more public input?
Well, this has always been a component of the project since the time that OPAC sent their requests for qualifications and submittals out to the artist teams. So that's not changed at this point.
Okay, is this going to extend or go beyond the agreement that we have with OPAC? Is it going to cause them extra work?
No.
Okay.
No, it will not. In fact, because the mural, as you know, will only take a couple of weeks to actually be installed, this will continue to happen through the summer, and we will continue to be on schedule to bring this back to you with finalization on September 3rd. So there should not be any delay whatsoever.
Okay. And then just an artistic comment about the poppies. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I know this was suggested by Councilman Gama, but I think there's too many, or the color is just kind of overwhelms the bird, the blue heron, and then kind of take the monarch orange against the monarch orange. It's just, I'm wondering, because it's also a California designation, the poppy is associated with the California flower, if we can still ask the artist to consider something more native to Hueneme.
What is a flower native to Hueneme? Do we?
Well, it's a hibiscus.
Is that what it is?
Is from what I understand.
That is true. However, I did suggest a couple species that are found out in the sand, the area where the snowy plover lives, and so possibly we could look into those. Okay. Those are actually found on our landscape design guidelines list as well.
Okay, that sounds great.
Are we allowed to make a comment, or is this just questions?
You can make a comment, yes.
So I must have been remiss, but I was disappointed to find out that the person that each council member appointed to the committee was left out of the process. I mean, I'm really disappointed because I have complete trust in the person I nominated. And when I contacted him to get his feedback, he's like, what? He didn't even know it was coming to council. And, you know, I thought the purpose was for the 5 of us to nominate a resident of Hueneme so that this could be a Hueneme-driven thing, and then to find out that they were cut out of the process. I don't know, and I just going to be honest here, I feel like we took a step backwards. I don't see the ocean, I don't feel the ocean underneath the tumult. I don't know, I don't see the island. I don't know.
Those 2 things have been requested, so those are still yet to be included. And I think, if I may.
I wasn't done.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So my biggest complaint is that I thought the 5 people that we appointed were going to be the drivers of this committee. And to learn that they weren't, very disappointed. And so that's all I have to say.
I'll just quickly note that I think that's part of what's trying to be addressed right now, and I think it's partially what the committee was looking at with the idea of, it might be our motorcycle officer. Just, but I think that's partially what the committee was looking at with the idea of doing more outreach over the summer and getting, making sure that they are getting input from all of the key parties. I think it's what they're trying to address with the idea of taking the next month and getting more feedback. But I don't know if anybody.
But
is
are
available
the
to speak
people that we appointed going to be the drivers behind this? Because that's what maybe I wrongly assumed. And I know in talking to Mayor Pro Tem, we were really excited to hear back from our person that we appointed, and then to find out that they weren't even a part of the process was very disappointing.
Is there anybody available that can speak to that?
Denise should be on Zoom.
Okay. As far as asking what the plan is to incorporate them.
Okay, I'm hoping that you can hear me here.
We can
that
hear
I'm
you.
on the screen. Great. So my understanding when the council appointed 5 representatives, as did Ventura County Library, was that they were going to review the 38 applications, score the applications. I'm happy to send out to the entire council the instructions that were sent out back in January to the committee, that they were creating the short list of artists. They narrowed the field from 38 down to 8, and those top scoring artists and artist teams were then forwarded to the mural committee. What I've deduced over this time is that your appointees felt that they were being appointed to the mural committee, but they were actually the subcommittee who was doing all of the initial vetting. So I think that there was some miscommunication that occurred when those folks were asked to participate. And I have done my best to communicate with all of them what the steps were throughout the process. And so my apologies if there was a misstep along the way, but it was not done in any way in which to loop them out of the process. They were the subcommittee vetting down the initial call, and then the mural committee, made up of the 3 members from the Ventura County Library, Mr. Stewart, council members Hernandez and Martinez, reviewed those scores, and then they selected the 3 finalists. So hopefully that explains that situation. And then as we move forward, we are happy and open to including their feedback on this process. And I've heard back from 3 of the 6 folks that served on that initial capacity, and I've done my best to address their concerns. So I apologize for their feeling that they were looped out. It was not intentional.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And I think where the communication gap may have occurred is that while you were very thorough in explaining the role of the subcommittee and what their responsibilities were going to be, the council may not have been aware of what that process was. So I think now you've outlined it in the staff report here. It's included as an attachment, which clearly outlines what their role was going to be, what they were responsible for doing, and we very much appreciate their input. And I agree. I think from here on out, we can definitely loop them back in if they have any further comments on the final. So thank you very much for your hard work and being so responsive.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you so much, Denise, for your explanation. And so I will say, if you all remembered last council meeting, my comment about the mural was I thought it looked great, and I trust the person that I selected to be on the committee. And then after that, I found out the person that was on the committee had nothing to do with the selection. So then I had to kind of step back and say, okay, what happened? And so I will tell you, if you all read the agenda item as it relates to this item, that some of the folks that we picked said if they knew that they were only going to be winnowing down what was submitted, they probably wouldn't have participated and given up the time to do that. So I know as a council member and the person that I picked, I had no knowledge that they weren't going to work through the whole process. I understand that now, and so I'm okay with that. The other thing is, so we are so close to being done. I think we're talking about approving at the next meeting. So how are we going to be able to take input from the community, right? So what are we going to do with that input? I mean, do we have the time to add? I mean, what I don't want the community to feel like they're given input and then we're not even taking it, right? So if we get input from the community, what are we going to do with that and be able to come back at the next meeting and approve a mural?
Sure. So the members of the community, when this goes back out, first of all, I want to back up to it real quick and just say that the subcommittee still played an important part because they vetted it out and they gave us the artists that we selected. So they did have some decision-making authority there. With regard to the final public outreach component, now that the design is what you've seen, the basic design, that will be what's introduced to the public basically for their review and their final comments on that. So it should be fine tuning at this point, like we're doing with the five of you, and then we'll get that back to you. And of course, in September 3rd, again, if we need to push it out a little bit further, we can. We've got a little bit of leeway in the schedule.
So I want to say it again. So I'm concerned because we've already said we're going to put an island, we're going to change one of the poppies to something. So we already have a plan to do these things, and then we're going to get additional input from the community. How are we going to be able to
That's kind of
hold all that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to try to address in your question. I think the mural committee is going to meet again to decide a course of action on how we're going to do that. One of the ideas, of course, we'll probably use social media, but the other idea I had that I'll take to the committee is to put the physical design up at the museum and allow the public to come and see the designs at the museum. That won't be the only location, but it might be just one of a few locations where people can actually go and see it physically and then make their comments maybe through a QR code or a Dropbox, suggestion box. So I think that's something that the committee is now tasked to do.
Just one more question. Is there a possibility that something that is currently on the mural won't be on the mural when it comes back?
I would say that the majority of what is on the mural now, the tomol, the idea of the cranes, the waves, a flower element, for instance, the heron, the plovers and whatnot, they will remain. They might be, again, fine-tuned a little bit, but they are the main component that everybody's pretty much agreed to at this point.
I think the answer is technically yes. Like, for example, the sand dollar is going to be removed, right? Was my understanding.
One of them, possibly, yes.
And possibly the poppies.
At least possibly some of them, yeah.
Mayor, may I?
Of course.
So I just want to express that I am even more disappointed, and I would like to see the 5 people that we appointed to be the drivers of this project. And I feel like our Hueneme residents are being cut out of this, and I hear things like panel, committee. Well, who's on the panel versus who's on the committee? Because my understanding was we're appointing 5 members of our community to guide us on this very important community project, and I feel like it was outsourced, no offense to Oxnard, but to Oxnard. And I don't have a problem with OPAC participating, but my understanding was that the 5 people we appointed, residents of Hueneme, were going to be the driving forces of this, and I can't support anything other than that. So at this point, I mean, I want to see the 5 people we appointed come before us and give us their input because we trusted them to
Well, we have
work on
some-
our behalf.
Mayor,
Mhm.
if I may?
Yes.
I can tell we're all very heavily invested in this project because if I may remind everyone, it's our first mural. So I think it's something that we need to celebrate. And instead of having more disappointment, I think we should have more appreciation. And it is something that's very important to the committee. And I know we might have had people that we appointed, but they did have a job that they served, and it was very important, as Tony had just mentioned. However, the art itself was dictated a lot by the artist that provided the renderings. And so one of the suggestions that was brought up to us is let them be free and express their art. And if we keep adding more and more things to the art, it's going to take that away from them. And so I'm very satisfied with the way that the mural's looking. It's really beautiful. So I think it's something that we should all celebrate, in my opinion. And it hasn't been easy. So it's our first mural. We're not perfect. Denise and OPAC have been doing an amazing job. And I think, yeah, maybe we overlooked the fact that we should have discussed the final results with the panel. And, you know, with all the excitement and everything, I think we might have missed that. But other than that, we've been working really hard. We've been meeting constantly for almost a year now. And everyone here on council and the public, you're seeing the product of all those meetings and hard work that we've been putting into this mural. So might not be exactly what you envision or exactly what you want, but again, it's a group project that's taken place, and so we can't make everyone happy. Essentially, is what I'm saying. But I just want to say that it's been a really, really great journey to get to where we are now, and I'm looking forward to the mural. You know, and thanks Tony, and thanks to OPAC, and thanks to Laura and council for appointing us on this Arts Mural Committee.
So I have a comment. While I appreciate everything everybody has contributed to this, I appreciate the work of everyone involved. I appreciate the artist's vision, but part of that vision was supposed to be tailored to Hueneme, whether freedom or not, like freedom of expression. It was supposed to be about Hueneme, and the initial rendering left that to question. And regarding the individuals that we appointed, a few of those are actual certified artists, and they wanted to be involved in further the process, and that was the reason why they were picked. They were picked because they are actual artists, they have degrees in art and have history in art, and they wanted to be a part of this mural. They were excited about having our first mural in our city and being part of that process. And when they found out that it was only to pick the artists and that nobody else reached out for any other part of this, it was a bit disappointing. And one of them, I don't know if there's a public comment regarding that we're going to have read. She wanted it specifically read because she thought it was important that this mural was supposed to be about Hueneme. It did not leave that to the artists who were involved. They have some concern about it, but I do appreciate the steps that have been taken to correct that, the suggestions that we've been given. Yes, there could be a couple of other things tweaked, but I think it's going in the right direction as long as we keep listening to the people that are involved and that want to be more involved, which is the committee members that we selected. So I think that's important that we try to get that involved. So I think we should go to reading the public comments. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We have one written public comment. To whomever it may concern, it was disheartening to learn that after being chosen for the mural committee, that we were not involved fully with choosing who the artist is for the mural. I was not present in choosing the finalists or anything for that matter after reading the 36 submissions. I did not receive word of the mural from February through June. Concerning the concept for the mural that is presented, there are many details that need to be addressed. First and foremost, when looking at the concept, it does not at all represent Port Hueneme. While there are Chumash symbols, nothing else about the mural has the heart of Port Hueneme. It comes across as symbols that were thrown together last minute. The flower, bird, and lemons are not native to Hueneme. A different pick of those kind of symbols are needed. Furthermore, the whole concept does not flow and fails to tell the story of the city. The composition of the piece is very scattered, and the symbols chosen do not seem to match a cohesive style. The mural should include better representation of the Chumash people, our Navy base, and most of all, our community. The library is meant to draw in people, especially our youth. If the mural tells a story of the history and what our city is today, then it would encourage our youth to pick up books related to Chumash, Navy, or Army, or even about the history of the city. As for the QR code to learn more about the mural, I think that is an idea chosen in poor taste. Nowadays, people have grown to not like QR codes. They're most commonly found in restaurants where people have to scan it for the menu. Nobody enjoys having to scan for a menu, as phones can lag or it's hard to navigate. So relying on a QR code for the mural will not work, as the mural should be able to speak for itself. The viewer should not have to stand there confused and walk away not understanding the mural, but rather be able to stand there and absorb the rich history of the city. It will not be well known that there is a QR code waiting to be scanned. The mural should be able to speak for itself, and people who pass by while driving or walking will be enticed to go to the library because of the captivating mural. Sincerely, Lila Ortega, and that concludes public comment.
Mayor, if I could just note too, we did receive a similar email from another committee member or subcommittee member, Ricardo Holden, and that's in the packet, so that's why it's not read.
Yeah, that was in the packet, and I believe it may have been read at the June 17th meeting.
I'm trying to find a political way to say this, and I can't, but I think the concern I have that as I'm hearing this and kind of knowing where this project is going is I think we are essentially at a decision point where if we're moving forward with this design, if we move forward with this design today, this is the design, because the artist is starting to hire people and, you know, all these things. So that's one path. And I think the other one that I'm just hearing with some of the questions and you know, some of the questions of like, well, how do we have meaningful public input at this point? I'm trying to think on the fly here, but the other one would be, you know, there's 38 designs that got whittled down to 19 by the subcommittee. Was that about what the numbers were?
Down to 9, actually.
To 9 from the
and then down to
subcommittee?
3 that we reviewed.
Yeah, so the other would be to, you know, there could be a path to say, go and get feedback on those 9 designs. That's a possibility. And I think it comes down to what the council's preference is. I don't know exactly what it is, and I know that we are on a timeline and we're working on this project, but I think we're at that point where I think the reason why I'm explaining this is I don't want us to just kind of go with it today and not realize that we're at that decision point. So I think whichever direction we go today is the direction we're going in. So I just want to make that point, and I guess the committee members can correct that if I'm misunderstanding, but that's, I think the PowerPoint noted that we'd essentially be entering into an agreement with the artists after this point, right? So.
Does Joan have something to say?
As your city attorney, I can tell that this is a very emotional issue for the council members, and I would just caution you to not indicate what your vote will be prior to the clerk calling for the vote.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what are the 2 alternatives. And
It's essentially move forward with this design with the process laid out or something similar. The council could, you know, tweak that. And the other would be, do we want to identify some process to look at other design, to look at the original designs or some variation, or, you know, some group of those designs, or, but I think those are the paths at this point.
So my issue moving forward is that the people that we appointed aren't making the recommendation. And so again, did I misunderstand what we were doing early on?
I think
Councilman Hernandez says, yes, I misunderstood. But again, we appointed a 5-member group who we had confidence in, and then hearing that, you know, they weren't involved. In fact, when I called my appointee, I said, hey, tell me about your experience, and you know, it's in the agenda. And he's all, what? I go, what, you haven't even seen it? He goes, no, I haven't seen it. So the first time he saw it is when I called him to get his input, and he was surprised that it was in the agenda and he's never seen it. So that's my issue.
Yeah, a couple of questions.
Sure.
So can you go back to your options again? Are you saying that approve this option with the changes that will be coming? Are you saying approve it and this is it?
No, I think what I'm trying to explain is that I think by moving forward with this design, I think we're hitting that point of no return. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? That,
If
you know,
if we don't select tonight, we're at a point of no return, is that what you're saying?
if we don't select tonight, if we move forward with the proposed plan of going and getting more outreach, we are still moving forward with this design to the point that we're locked in on this design. And so I think, and it was partially what you said of like, well, what if, you know, we want the public to believe that we're actually taking their feedback. Well, at this point with this design, if the public comes back and says, we don't like that design, you can't take that feedback because you're already contracting with the artist.
So then what's the point of having the public feedback then?
Right, and so it is sort of, it's sort of.
Can I just say something, you know? So not only did we, in terms of the public input process, not only were each one of us allowed to pick a representative to be part of the process, but you also delegated to Councilmember Martinez and myself, along with the library committee and OPEC and Tony, to make some decisions in this process and in the selection. So it's not just the 5 people, but there were members from the library, there was Tony, there was OPEC staff, artistic staff who were involved in this. And so there was a larger community of people involved. Now, what I would like to suggest as a recommendation is
May I have a point of order?
I don't want to be interrupted, please. Let me finish my thought. So the recommendation here is that, and staff, according to Mr. Vega, thought this out very well and came up with a recommendation to consider the revised draft mural design and authorize the mural committee to move forward with coordinating public outreach. And I would add to that, to include the 5 appointees who are members of the subcommittee. So we will, I think if we send this back to the mural committee, we can come up with a course of action that will include the 5 members from the subcommittee and get their input as we make the final changes to the current design as it is. But to go back now is going to cost more money. You know, we can't go back to the 9 people that they recommended because we've already made a selection. We narrowed it down to 3 and we made a selection, and we've already appointed, pretty much told the artists that they've been selected. So to go back to the original 9 is like starting over.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Right. Mr. Stewart, can you just tell us what does it look like to go out to the public to ask for input? What's the plan?
Well, again, that's what we're going to vet out at our next committee meeting. So we haven't ironed out the details exactly yet. That's what we want to discuss, and part of that is based upon what input you had this evening with regard to that.
Okay. I just want to put it on the record. I don't have a problem with the mural and making adjustments to the mural. My only concern is we've come too far to now step back and ask the community for input. I think we missed that boat. And I don't think that we should go back to that because, and I'm all about community engagement, but I think we missed a step in the process. And so right now, I believe that we need to go forward and apologize to the community that we left them out of it initially. That was not our plan to do that. But I think we're opening a door that we really don't want to, not knowing how much feedback we might. Now, what happens if we get 100 suggestions, right? We know we can't do that. We know we can't do that. What if we got 50? We know we can't do that, right? So I think we should regroup, go back to the committee. If you're going to add the 5 people, I think that's great. It'd be, I would imagine our 5 people that we've been talking to have been talking to people already, right? And might have some input. But I just think that sometimes having too many people is a bigger problem than not having enough.
Councilmember Gama had a point of
Thank
order.
you.
If he will continue,
Appreciate it.
please.
Okay, so we appointed 5 people. Maybe I wrongly assumed they were going to be the driving force behind this mural project, which I was extremely comfortable with. Councilmember Hernandez mentioned that there were people from the library and the Friends of the Library involved. Who?
Tim Frugal.
Who?
Point of order, that's not a point of order.
But that's what you said.
That's not a
and
point
we,
of order.
I'm not going to debate with you. My question is,
To step in at this point,
my-
you're not voicing a point of order.
Councilmember Gama, please continue with your point of order.
my point is that the people we appointed to do this work, it sounds like other people were put in their place. And I had extreme confidence in the 5 people that we appointed to lead this project, and then for them not to lead this project, to be left out of the decision-making, to not even know what the final design is that's a big mistake, and I think we need to correct it. I could be the only one that feels this way, but that's how I feel. And at this point, you know, I would like the 5 people we appointed to be the drivers of this project, so that, because they're community members that were appointed by council members, and I think we messed up.
Councilmember Martinez.
I have a question for Tony Stewart. Was the panel supposed to be the driving force of this mural?
No, it wasn't. The original plan was that, and this went to council a couple of years ago actually at this point, was to have a committee made up of the 2 of you basically at the library. Well, I should say 2 council members, because originally, this goes way back to when Councilmember Rollins was initially on the committee. And it was to, again, be the 2 council members of the library, as well as a member of staff to at least guide it. And then we subsequently came back a little over a year ago, as you may recall, with the idea that we would send out an RFP to hire a manager, so to speak. And so the proposals that we got back, OPAC was the one that was chosen, and so they were to lead the actual artistic portion of the project along with the mural committee. And it was actually the mural committee and the OPAC who came up with the idea of then forming the subcommittee to, again, vet out the initial applications that came in, those 38 applications. So that was the process that was originally envisioned for guiding this project.
And then just to answer Councilmember Gama's question of who from the library will, and I know you say Tim Frugal is the best librarian in the world. He was part of that Arts Mural Committee. and then 2 other librarian representatives, Nancy and
Ned from the county offices as
yeah,
well.
and then us 3.
Okay, so obviously we are well past the point of a public input. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that how is that gonna look? We're gonna gauge 50 people, they're gonna have 50 new ideas. We can't incorporate that in there. If this is the item that we're doing, to go backwards is gonna cost more money, obviously. How do we incorporate 50 new ideas on this? There's not enough space, for starters. And what does that look like, actually? So what do you hope for the purpose of a public outreach? What if you do get 50 new ideas? What's the process? How do we say no to those people, or how we can't add those ideas?
Well, again, at this point, the committee hasn't vetted out this process, and part of this discussion tonight is to determine if that process needs to be basically ended at this point. So again, that's something that you can make that decision.
Who is the committee? Because when you say committee, are you including the 5 people we appointed?
No. So
Okay.
again,
Councilmember Gama, I was not finished with my comment, so. Next, obviously, a few of us misunderstood the whole purpose of our committee members. That's neither here nor there. We're well past that. We can't do anything about that now. I mean, we're already almost at the completion of the mural itself. So at this point, I would suggest that we move forward with the recommendation, including the recommended future or additional items that were being recommended, and then have you guys discuss whether or not you really want to hold a public hearing for community outreach. I think at this point is probably a bad idea, but unfortunately, that's up to you to decide.
I'm not advocating that. What I am advocating is let the 5 people we appointed.
I wasn't done, and to include our 5 committee members in the next process.
Yeah.
At least having their feedback and
That's kind of the recommendation, modification that I made just a few moments ago, was to do that.
I think it sounds like kind of that seems to be kind of the compromise of what I'm hearing of. I think the idea of opening this up to the public now, it creates more problems than it solves. But the subcommittee was appointed to be the representatives of the public. So I think bringing those the subcommittee back in and having a meeting, giving direction to the team to include them in the process and then report back on recommendations. And I think that's also manageable, because if it's many more than 5 people, it's not going to be very manageable. So that sounds like that maybe could address most of the issues we're talking about. So.
Okay, so then, are we clear on that recommendation? Can I have a motion?
So it's the, just to make sure we are clear, so it is moving forward, but with the subcommittee outreach and feedback for further input on the mural design, and bring a final design back to council at the September 3rd meeting.
Subcommittee being defined as the 5 people we
5.
appointed.
Correct.
We're not going out to the public. We're going to rely on those.
And if you talk to your appointee, you may want to suggest that they get feedback from people and talk to people in the meantime. So.
Okay, so can we have a motion to approve that?
Move to approve.
A second?
I will gladly second that.
Okay,
All right.
no further discussion?
Just the only
Councilmember
discussion I
Martinez?
would say is, yeah, it's not perfect, but it allows for us to improve for the next mural project, which is something that I think we can all celebrate. And maybe we should have had public input when we narrowed it down to 3 artists and when we had the renderings. I think that's probably would have been the perfect time to open it up to the public, have it in the community center or wherever we might have it in the future, and then we can then take a vote. You know, but I actually think that the committee did a good job on picking like the artists, because I mean, you would just have to take my word for it. But.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, can we have a vote, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next business item is the proposed First Amendment to Employment Agreement for City Manager. Who is going to be presenting that report?
Frankly, our human resources manager will be presenting, as it is
Got it.
extremely awkward for me to present it.
Glee.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, citizens, and staff. My name is Frank Lee, HR Risk Manager for the City of Port Hueneme. Next item is a recommendation to, it's a proposal to the First Amendment to the employment contract for City Manager Vega. And in this amendment, it's being recommended that for a 4% cost of living adjustment and also a 5% merit adjustment for highly favorable performance as rated by the City Council. And this amendment is also consistent with the current city's employment practices and the executive leadership group as well. So if anybody has any questions, I can address them.
Okay. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Lee? You have a question?
I have a comment.
Okay.
It feels good to be able to celebrate a decision that we made a year ago. And I'm really pleased with our city manager. In addition to being a surfer, he's a great city manager. And I really feel good about the direction the city's heading, and couldn't be happier with the collective decision this group has made.
And then I might add that I hope I can openly say that it was a unanimous decision by the whole council to approve this proposed amendment to the employment agreement for the city manager, because we're all pleased with the job that you're doing here in our city.
Thank you. I think Joan was going to say it was a unanimous evaluation. But
That's
it's not
correct.
approved until officially tonight.
We haven't taken the vote yet.
Yeah, we
so
haven't made a
hang
decision
in.
yet.
Hold tight.
You know, now that I think about it, just kidding.
I'd
Mayor
like
Pro
to
Tem?
move the recommendation.
Second.
No further discussion? You didn't have a comment after all?
I did. I didn't have a question, so that's why I kind of held it back. But I did have a comment. I just want to say out loud how much that I appreciate, how much we appreciate our city manager. You know, it's evidenced when you have a good leader, city manager in this case, is when the residents don't call about him. And so we appreciate that. And it doesn't seem like a year, but when you look at all the accomplishments to date, they add up to a year. So really appreciate you.
Yeah, I will add, I appreciate the concern. It's a stark contrast from where we were a few years ago, so I appreciate the concern that he takes and deliberate decisions that he makes for the city, because he has a heart for the city. He cares about the residents. He has a good understanding of his role when it relates to council, and that makes for a great city manager. So I appreciate everything. So we have a motion and a second, and Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
Mayor Perez, can you just confirm the second for me?
Oh.
I heard two at once, so.
Oh, do we have a second?
Councilmember Martinez, okay.
I thought we had one, sorry.
No, we do, there's.
Oh, got it, okay.
Thank you. So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The next item is the adoption of the Economic Development Plan. Oh,
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to introduce Tony Stewart, and who will introduce our team who worked on this plan and give an overview. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again, James, and good evening again, everyone. I'm just going to go ahead and turn this straight over to our consultants from PFM Group. We have Bill Fulton, who will be doing the introduction and a couple of the parts, and then Ellen Ramage will go ahead and fill in the middle part, and then Bill will wrap it up for us. So, Bill, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Congratulations, Mr. City Manager. if we can, I've got it right here. What do you know? Now I just got to figure out how to work it. I'll give you a quick project overview, then Ellen will come up and give you a little bit of background on the economic context, the economic structure of Port Hueneme. She'll also talk about the public engagement process we went through. I'll come back and give a quick summary of our SWOT analysis and give you the 8 recommendations that we are making. You'll recall that in the general plan there were 5 economic development goals: revenue enhancement, infill development, downtown branding, expanding tourism, and creating high-wage and high-tech jobs. You'll see in the strategy itself there's a matrix that shows the relationship between those 5 goals and the 8 strategies that we are proposing. We've been working on this all year. Since January, you can see here that Ellen will describe the public engagement process in more detail, but we had a lengthy set of conversations with economic stakeholders and then a series of public engagement efforts that Ellen will describe. So I'll turn it over to Ellen, give you the economic context and talk about the public engagement, and then I'll come back with the recommendations.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So the next section, we're just going to go over a brief economic analysis of Port Hueneme. This first slide here indicates what jobs people who live within the city do as per what they reported to the census. Notably here, there is a considerable amount of manufacturing, retail trade, and food services. You'll see in comparison with Ventura County, Oxnard, and Port Hueneme have a relatively lower amount of adults over the age of 25 with bachelor's degrees. So it is a primarily blue-collar workforce, we would say, but I think that positions the city well to work closely with the port and the naval base and Oxnard College as their logistics program that they're developing. Now, this I found most interesting. So this we pulled from the census. I do want to caveat this that like every census database, they all have slightly different methodologies, so the numbers may vary slightly. But the general idea here is that most people there are very few people that live in Port Hueneme and work in Port Hueneme as well. There's about 10,000 people that out-commute every day, and this says 3,000 people come in to work. Now, this is very important. This does not include the Navy. We consider that we estimate there's probably about 10,000 people coming in, but the real important number here is that 381, almost 400 people, that only 400 people basically live here and work here. This is the list of principal employers, so who in Port Hueneme is actually employing people. You can see the naval base is a very large employer. The port provided us this number directly, so they've got about 3,500 people that they've employed. But also the school district is a large employer. I'm sure you're familiar with all these numbers. And then, of course, you have over 300 businesses that have licenses within the city. I think most notably here, there is a large amount of retail. There's a large amount of restaurants. Now, part of this process is my favorite part. We used a foot traffic software called Placer Labs. So they basically track your cell phone pings. I'm not going to get into the whole methodology there, but essentially what Placer is telling us, and again, this is where I like to remind you that there's different methodologies between this and the census. This is basically showing where the people that work in Port Hueneme live, and you can see that it's about 10% of people, which is similar to the amount that the port provided us. It's about the same ratio of people that live in the city who work at the port. Same thing the Placer showing us, the people that work in the city, about 10% live here. What's interesting here that this is about the same amount of people who work in Port Hueneme live in Camarillo. So there is some opportunity there. One of the challenges that Bill is going to bring up later, I'm sure you're all very familiar with this, is that land is very limited here. The naval base really dominates. I'm sure you guys all know how the land is used, but this just provides like a nice picture of where that is. And then we also use Placer Labs to look at beach activity. And I'll talk about this a little bit later, but in our stakeholder interviews, time and time again, the beach came up as like the heart of the city, the identity. There is considerable beach traffic. We've got about, thousands of people a day, 2,000 people a day during the week. On the weekends, it's a lot more popular, 3,000 people. And they're really coming from all over. This is, it came up in interviews a few times that Port Hueneme's beach is, it's kind of like a hidden gem. But Placer Lab shows us that, yes, it's drawing very heavily from Ventura County, but you're also getting people from as far away as Los Angeles. I would like to point out that this does include people who maybe are here on the weekend for like their second home. Their place of residence would be counted, where they are during the week, so that could skew this data a little bit, but I thought this was really interesting to show like how far you're drawing people from. So the public engagement piece. So as Bill indicated, this has sort of been ongoing since January. I think we interviewed most, if not all of you, so hello again. We also subcontracted with a community outreach firm, Ariano Associates, who did a lot of bilingual outreach. So they helped do outreach for our virtual in-person public workshop. Both of those had Spanish interpretation. They did like a neighborhood walk to like walk around and like, do door knocks at businesses to sort of advertise it. They posted our community survey, which was in English and Spanish. For that, we got 77 responses between residents and business owners. I'm going to kind of go into those results a little bit here. Again, there's much more detail in the report provided, but this is sort of the high level. I think what's most important here is that when people were asked what makes Port Hueneme special, is outdoor recreation, the beach. Also notable, when asked people's views of the impact of the naval base and the port on their quality of life, overwhelmingly people felt positively about it. And less than 50% had a negative view of the port or the naval base. And then in terms of what people are doing, where they're going, this is also kind of interesting. A lot of people are leaving for entertainment, shopping, dining, social gatherings. But it does seem there are some things to do here, and you can also see that outdoor recreation, hiking, which we define as hiking, picnicking, biking, all those things, unsurprising that people are doing that here. Yeah, I'll turn it back to Bill.
Thank you, Ellen. We did a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I'll go over that very briefly. Obviously, the Navy and the port are tremendous strengths. They're two of the biggest employers in the county. The beach is a tremendous strength. We also wanted to point out that in our view, FathomWorks is an important vehicle. That's a collaboration of the port, the Navy, and entrepreneurs to try to encourage spin-off, particularly tech industry. Weaknesses, we believe that the connections to the port and the naval base could be strengthened in two specific ways. One would be for more people who live in Port Hueneme to work at those two large employment centers, and the other is for the city to have more dining and restaurant and retail opportunities for those employees here in the city. Out commuting is a huge problem. Many people told us that, it's a long way from the freeway, lack of getting people here. Visitors here can be an issue, although apparently 15,000 of them are going to come for the beach festival. Opportunities include, as you saw tonight with the two items on your agenda, increase Hueneme Beach Park activity. The port led us to talk to Oxnard College about this logistics program, which I'll talk about in the recommendations, which is a tremendous opportunity, we believe. Additional events at the beach to attract visitors like you saw tonight. Among the threats, the threats on your cannabis revenue from the surrounding cities. In addition, uncertainty about retail. On the one hand, you see the 99-cent store closing. That's not a Port Hueneme specific item, but you see this uncertainty in the discount retail. And also we found, although we didn't put it in the economic context, there's a retail leakage, our estimate out of Port Hueneme of about $200 million a year. That is to say, there's $200 million a year of more of retail buying power in this city than is actually spent in this city. $200 million a year, which would be, James, correct me if I'm wrong, $2 million a year in sales tax revenue or more actually, probably because of your additional add-on tax, right, goes out of the city. So on to the recommendations. There are 8, as I said. The first one is we believe that the city can publicize, emphasize, and support in many ways efforts to link local residents to local jobs. And we particularly believe that this logistics program at Oxnard College, which is starting up this fall, is a tremendous opportunity for your residents to be able to work, be trained to work at the naval base and at the port. And so we believe the city should take every step it can to publicize this to your residents, and also publicize the fact that that because of financial support from the port, many of the students in this program will receive financial assistance. Secondly, we do believe that you should find ways to incentivize upgrading aging commercial centers and hotels. Almost all of your commercial centers and hotels were built 40 to 60 years ago and have not really been upgraded. There's a couple of exceptions, but that's generally the case. So we identified in the retail leakage, you probably have capacity for another grocery store in town. I know Grocery Outlet just opened, but you still have a lot of retail leakage in groceries. You have a lot of retail leakage in restaurants. So we are suggesting you might find some way to financially incentivize your retail center owners to work with you, possibly with a sales tax rebate program, to upgrade their centers to attract those specific tenants. And on the hotel side, were you to pursue an increase in the bed tax, and your bed tax is below, I believe, the county average, perhaps you could take some of that money and also create a fund to help financially assist the hotels in upgrading. Item 3, this is the FathomWorks angle. Encourage local business startups that link opportunities at the port and the naval base. FathomWorks is on the port site right now. They're looking for a location off-site, off the port. We believe that you should work with all of these players so that FathomWorks can have a walk-in, a storefront center somewhere in the downtown area. And we also believe that you can follow on with that by working with these other partners to try to create a business incubator for some of those businesses that are using FathomWorks as it is. We found in our public outreach that although there was no support for large-scale development on the beach, that's no surprise to you, there was considerable support for additional activity, particularly events, retail, and restaurant activity. So we would suggest that you build on the current successful events, such as the ones you approved tonight, and execute a plan for a larger number of events, and at least in the short run, try to bring in more food trucks and pop-up vendors more often as a way to draw more people there, increase the number of events and visitors, and increase your own sales tax revenue. The city, number 5, the city owns land in 3 different strategic locations. The beach, as you know, in the designated area downtown along Market, and then along Pleasant Valley, right near the gate to the naval base. We suggest that in the long run, you do a request for information to developers about possible additional restaurant or retail development, permanent development on the beach. We also think that particularly with the FathomWorks play, it's worth having a conversation with FathomWorks, the port, and the Navy about how to develop your property that you own in the Market Street area to stimulate those if those startup businesses need more places to go. I don't have to tell you about the downslide in the cannabis revenue. We make a number of suggestions here. We suggest that you work with the cannabis businesses to strongly brand the Green Mile as a unique cannabis experience in Ventura County. Not just a place where you go to a dispensary, but where you have lounges, you have what's sometimes called a cannabis crawl, like a pub crawl, things like that, and possibly help create a funding source that can be used to promote unique experiences such as lounges, as I said, as opposed to dispensaries. We suggest that you pursue consistent branding in the wayfinding and signage. You've got a lot of wayfinding and signage signs all over the city. Some of them are very old, some of them are not consistent with one another, and we suggest that you update that. And finally, neither the business community nor the city is going to be able to implement this plan without having the capacity to do it. So we suggest that the city and the chamber work with specific groups of businesses so that they can be more tightly knit together, work together strategically, particularly the cannabis people, the retail people, the restaurants, et cetera. And we also would suggest that the city might want to consider hiring probably a part-time economic development or technician or coordinator whose sole function is not to strategize about economic development, but implement the actions in this plan within the community development department. So those are our recommendations, and thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions and take it from there.
Thank you very much. Do council have any questions for? Okay, Councilmember Hernandez?
How many of us have had a chance to read this economic development plan? Bobby?
Yes.
Everybody? Perused it, okay. I was going to ask to poll it because it just seemed like there was a lot to digest here. Your presentation helped quite a bit, but to get to my questions, I noticed that there is no pie chart or discussion on our source of revenues. Is that typical of a?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble hearing. If you could pull your microphone
Sorry.
closer to you.
So I noticed there was no discussion on our
Right.
current source of revenues.
Right. This is not really a fiscal report. This is a report on economic development, which is not only about the fiscal impact on the city, but is also about jobs, creating jobs and businesses in the community. So that's pretty typical, yes.
So what's the economic impact of having people work and live within the city? I mean, this is common throughout California. A lot of people commute.
Yes, that's right.
So it's
usually
not
not as
unusual.
usually not as much as in Port Hueneme, but yes, that's quite common. You may remember as well that in the economic development background report for your general plan, the conclusion based on some similar data to what we used indicated that an extraordinary number of people who live in Port Hueneme drive a very long distance to work. The farther they drive to work, the less they are in town, the less money they spend here. Not only that, they're much less likely to be coach of the soccer team, right? So it's a fundamental part of community strengthening and strengthening of the local economy and revenue source to have people live and work as close together as possible. That strengthens your community fabric and revenue in many ways.
Okay. And then what about business license fees and business and permits? Did you find anything in that area that we could do differently?
No, we did not find anything. We did not find anything in particular in that area. We did not find the business owners dissatisfied with that. There are about there's about 1,400 or 1,500 businesses that have business licenses, I recall, Tony, but only about 300 of them are actually located in Port Hueneme. Am I right about that?
That would be correct. The others are, for instance, contractors and whatnot that do business here in the city but aren't necessarily located here.
And then my other question, I had a number of questions that I won't take up all the time tonight asking them, is in the list, your list of stakeholders, I don't see the County of Ventura on here, but I was told that you did talk to the county economic.
We talked to the EDC. Oh, yeah, we had a lot of conversations with the EDC.
Okay, and what about realtors?
We did not, you mean residential realtors?
Mhm.
No, we did not talk to residential realtors.
And Ocean View Pavilion, did you have any discussions with?
Yes, we did. They participated in our workshop, and they participated in our virtual workshop, and then they hosted our in-person workshop.
Okay, great.
And he was also George was one of our stakeholders as
Yeah.
well that was interviewed.
Yeah, we talked to him.
I didn't see it on the list, so that's why I was asking. And just real quick, okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes, you mentioned the 99-cent store, and it's, I don't know, probably what, 20,000 square feet, more than that. So what could we do as a city to aid in the marketing, recruitment? What would be the most ideal business for that location? You know, what can we do to really hone in on,
Yeah.
what would be the best mix for that use?
Right, that's a good question.
That was weird.
You have, I think, 10 shopping centers of various sizes. Really, only one of them, which is Mandalay Bay Village, is that what that's called? Mandalay Bay. Really, only one of them is highly successful, right? And that's Mandalay Bay Village. It draws from Channel Islands and so forth. And that just got taken over by a new owner. It's part of a big corporate shift. That they participated as well in our workshop. I would say a couple of things. One is to try to do a little research, a little more research than we were able to do on the retailers. Try to figure out what kind of, because what the default solution is 99-cent store goes out and Dollar Tree comes in because Dollar Tree's taken over the 99-cent store locations, and then the other 99 cents or the other Dollar Tree closes, right? That's probably what's going to happen. I think that if you hire an economic development coordinator, that economic development coordinator can work with Tony in two different ways. One is to do a little bit of research on and our work with Placer Labs can help with this. Determining what retail businesses slightly more upscale could go there in, say, the 99-cent location, and the other thing would be, as I said, try to work with the commercial property owners to see if there's any way the city, through sales tax rebates or something, can incentivize an upgrade to bring in the right kind of the desired type of tenant.
Yeah, anytime I have to go to Home Depot or Lowe's, it's way on the other side of the Oxnard.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that a warehouse store of that scale would fly, both because of the size of your centers and also your location far away from the freeway.
Yeah, but hardware stores in Hueneme are hard to come by.
Right. So, but yeah, you got one gas station. You probably got no hardware stores. There is probably an additional. There is probably some work that can be done with that.
I think we're missing a huge opportunity in certain areas. I'm sure you saw is like the corner of Victoria and Channel Islands. That is a prime location for a lot of revenue if the owner was interested in doing anything with that center, upgrading it, and then bringing in some higher end retails, obviously entertainment. I thought it was interesting that a lot of our people go outside for entertainment or for social stuff is because we don't have anything in the city for that.
I'll give Tony a lot of credit for doing a good job of trying to stay in touch with those commercial property owners. He knows who they are. He talks to them. If a commercial property owner has owned a piece of property for a very long time, such as I believe the 99-cent store center owner has, it's very difficult to get them to do anything because they have no mortgage and they got pre-Prop 13 taxes, right? All they need is something sitting there generating revenue for them, and they're making money. So that's why I think it requires targeting the desired retail stores, staying in close touch with the commercial property owners, and finding some way to financially incentivize them to upgrade their centers in order to attract the desired tenants. Which is part of the reason you need more capacity at the city level to do all that stuff.
You know, the Casa Villa Mar is going through a rendering decision. I noticed that it looks like they're closing out their tennis courts and that they may be contemplating what the future is going to look like. Any conversations with them? And
I'll defer to Tony on that. I don't think we did.
There are several property owners there, but we have been conversing with some. They, along with the 99-cent areas, you may recall when we did the general plan, have been or are in the process of being rezoned to mixed use so that we could look at possible redevelopment of those areas.
The tennis courts, you mean in regards to Casa Villa Mar?
Correct.
So again, I'm trying to understand, what can a city do to incentivize?
Well, as I say, nudging the property owners, helping to identify who the prospective tenants are, and then creating some kind of financial incentive out of the tools that you do have, because you're long past redevelopment. Those three things together might make a difference. It requires a sustained effort, which is why, as I say, you have to have the capacity in-house. Tony can't do everything himself, although we all expect him to.
That's right. Do we have any further questions?
I do. I have another question. So, I don't know where I saw this, but so I'll just ask the question. If this is adopted tonight, does this become part of the general plan?
No, this is its own standalone document.
Standalone
yeah,
plan.
so it's much like our say Parks and Master Plan or whatnot. So this is a standalone, but it does connect to many of our other plans.
Okay. So my concern is, where are we going to get, or how will we get input from the stakeholders into this plan? If we approve it tonight, do we lose the opportunity to hear from the port, to hear from the Navy, to hear from some of the other state? Because I don't imagine that they've seen this. So how are we going to get stakeholder input?
And Bill, I'll let you take.
Well, we talked extensively to the Navy and the port and everyone else. You're right that prior to the publication of your agenda, they did not see it. We did loop back with Ariano last week to make sure that they reached, that was our public engagement subcontractor, that they reached out to absolutely everybody who had been involved in the stakeholder process to make sure they knew this was on the agenda tonight.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so we have a recommendation to adopt a resolution. Public comments.
We have
Thank
one
you.
public comment from
Thank you. It's
Letitia
getting late.
Austin.
I'm tired.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor Perez and City Council members. My name is Letitia Austin, Public and Government Relations Manager for the Port of Hueneme. And first, I would like to recognize the tremendous effort put into the development of the Economic Development Plan. The information provided was very insightful, and I am here this evening to ask the members of the City Council to consider offering a time extension to this item that on the agenda pertaining to the approval of the city's economic development plan. This will provide additional time for port staff and City of Port Hueneme constituents to read and understand the plan and to provide educated comments. Thank you.
Okay, so given that public comment, do we have any comments?
My comment would be to allow for a time extension. I mean, I was rushed to read through it, and I imagine other people. I mean, we got this on Thursday, and I had a busy weekend. I don't know if many of you did. I think for the benefit of our stakeholders and ourselves, I think we should extend approval.
You want to do that in a recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
I recommend that we.
Councilmember Hernandez, can you just pull the mic a little closer?
Sorry. I'm always, when I watch it, I'm always like, God, I can't hear them because they don't have the mic close, and I'm doing the same thing. So the recommendation I would make is to extend, delay adoption of the resolution at this time, providing enough time for stakeholder input.
If I can make a comment to something that's probably important to know before we do that is, so we do have a limited scope with the consulting team, and we don't have money in the budget to add tasks and add scope to this project. So I think just realize that if we continue to extend it, it means we're gonna have to cut some other things out of the budget this year. So.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible that we release the contractors, the plan becomes ours, and that we can incorporate anything in addition that we might hear through?
We can always do that. We can adopt the plan and still take feedback and still meet with stakeholders and adjust as needed and bring back recommendations. I think that would be the path I would recommend because of that timeliness issue and the scope of work for the consultants. So.
Would you like? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Well, my question was, what else needs to be added, or what would the port like to see? I mean, I'm just curious. What would this extra time allow for the port or any constituents to? Yeah, I'm asking Letitia.
Yeah, you just have to come back up to the mic.
It would allow the port to look more closely at the findings and give feedback in terms of some of the findings that we saw in the report. We felt like we didn't have enough time to really review that, and so that's how we would address it. We just basically need more time just to look over the details and to really provide that feedback.
Are there any details, specific details that you're talking about?
Yes, but I don't have the report in front of me right now. But I think one of them was, well, I don't want to do it off the top of my head, but there were a couple of points in the report that we, I don't want to say have issue with, but we want to provide feedback to.
You know, if I may, I'm sorry. I think we're all in collaboration mode. I think that's really healthy, and I think it's something that we should do more vigorously. But I don't recall the port ever asking for our input and what their plans are. And so maybe this could be the start of some real collaboration. You know, I'll just give you an example. The port just did a landscape project, and they didn't put a sidewalk in where I see disabled people getting ready to walk to the lighthouse, and they don't have a sidewalk to exit their vehicle. And it's, again, so I'm just making the point that collaboration's got to go both ways. And so I'm wondering, is that the port's practice when they are getting ready to release a plan? Do they come to us and ask us what we think about it?
Yes, we do. Actually, we have our 10-year strategic plan, and we're working on that. We've asked for feedback from the communities and our stakeholders, and it's still in that open mode right now. So we're still continuing to ask for feedback in regards to our strategic plan. So yes, we do. We work collaboratively.
I heard a rumor that the port is going to try to make any vehicle that's not electric not allowed to go onto the port. Is that something that's happening?
I need to make a comment here. Are we in public comment, or how is this being handled? I had to step out for a moment. I just want to confirm where we are at.
This is a public comment.
Then I don't think.
I don't think it was
a
a public
discussion.
comment.
No?
I think she was pulled back
Yeah,
out.
she's-
So I think
Oh, okay.
it's really not on the agenda, I think is the answer.
It
So
is.
we'll try to connect and get that answer for Councilmember Gama. I think.
But in terms of collaboration, like how do we move forward on that?
I was going to go in that direction. I think one thing I would say is at this point, the consulting team met with every stakeholder, and in fact, I actually specifically requested additional meetings for the port CEO, which we did have those meetings, and we included that feedback and we included data from the port. I would say it's unusual to now say we're going to hold off adopting this plan to let one agency look at it and modify our plan or provide feedback on our plan. I think I don't think that's a precedent I would recommend.
That wasn't
setting.
what I was saying at all.
So
No, my recommendation was that we would extend the adoption so that we can allow multiple stakeholders to provide feedback, not just the port.
And we have allowed multiple stakeholders to provide feedback, and today they were all notified, and no other stakeholders are asking for an additional opportunity to provide feedback. That's obviously a choice that the council can make, but it has a cost. It has a real cost, a dollar and cents cost. And I think the comments we just heard of wanting to be able to provide some clarifying information and feedback, we can take that even if we adopt the plan. So
I'm fine with that.
So then, no further comment?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're done with us.
All right. It's late, guys. We're tired. No more going to the bathroom. Just kidding. So the next item is city manager comments and reports.
forgot my microphone. I'll keep it as brief as I can. We are, thank you. We did the proclamation last council meeting recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. And so a lot of our items sort of relate to that today because we have a lot of activities planned as part of Parks and Recreation Month. And so first off, we just want to let people know that there's a lot of items planned, and you can go to the link on this website. It's our city website, the Recreation and Community Services page, to find out more about all the Parks and Rec Month activities planned this month. We wanted to highlight that one of the first things we kicked off this month was we started with the grand opening of the Port Hueneme Historical Museum. And they are open now Saturdays and Sundays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. and people can drop in. And we already had a movie night last week on July 12th at Hueneme Beach. I think I heard that they estimate over 700 people attended. So that was probably one of our biggest ones ever so far. And then we had, as part of Parks and Rec Month, yoga at Miranda Park on July 13th. And we had about, I think 30 participants is what they said, at the Yoga at Miranda Park event. And then we put a list together. We are dark for August. We have council recess. So our next regular meeting is Tuesday, September 3rd. And almost all of these events are between now and then. So we just wanted to take an opportunity to advertise those. We have Kite Day at Hueneme Beach on July 20th, a recreation meet and greet on July 25th, recreation popsicle party on July 31st. Hueneme Police Department is participating in National Night Out this year, and that's going to be August 6th here in front of City Hall. We have the Sister City Committee coming in early August with an event around August 6th.
Can I mention that the 3-point contest is missing on there?
Oh yeah, the 3-point contest on August 3rd. I'll get to it. The Sister City Committee, I mentioned movie night with the next movie being Aladdin at Hueneme Beach, August 9th. Recreation Fun Run, August 10th. Rams on the One on September 2nd, so that's pending. We probably normally wouldn't advertise it yet, but because we don't have a meeting between now and then, we're going to go ahead and advertise it. We are working with the LA Rams to have their Rams mobile come out to Hueneme Beach. And so we'll advertise it more as we get closer to the event since we're still finalizing all the paperwork, but that is, right now we're about 99% of the way there. So, and then Hueneme Beach, and the name, in case anybody's wondering, Rams on the One, I think it's that they go along Pacific Coast Highway, essentially. So, Hueneme Beach Festival, as approved, is the weekend of September 7th. Movie night on September 13th will be Shrek, and then we approved earlier today the California Coastal Cleanup event as well. So all of those events in the next, 2 months. So, and that is it today.
Any questions for Mr. Vega?
What kind of kite will you be flying on Saturday?
Hopefully I'll get one of those, the free first 50, because otherwise I don't have one.
Now we'll move on to council member reports and comments. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Perez. I just want to mention that we're going to have a meeting this Wednesday for the Hueneme Sister Cities Committee. Thanks to Joan for filing the nonprofit. And the main reason that we're having the meeting is because we're going to plan the event of receiving our Sister City Committee from Puerto Vallarta. And Reach is also having a meeting this Thursday to plan out the pickleball tournament. I think that's going to be a really fun event. And I just want to mention that I still haven't seen any posts regarding the 3-point contest, because I did start telling people, and people are asking me where can they go to register, and just, I don't know, I'm excited. And so I hope all of you join Saturday, August 3rd. That's all.
Councilmember Gama.
Have a Beacon meeting this Friday, which I'll be attending. Really, I can't express how Hueneme Beach cleanup is really good for me and good for the beach and good for the participants that come. And we, over the last 6-7 years, we've really got to know Copacabana Beach Soccer, and they are an excellent group. They, from my perspective, they do a good job in cleaning up after themselves. They come, and there's just great family engagement and activities, and I always get to spend time and talk to various different people, and it's just one of the most wholesome sporting events around, because it's beach soccer, which is really strange to me, but it's amazing at how many kids come to participate. And as we were wrapping up Hueneme Beach cleanup this past weekend, a group of guys came with a bunch of electric stuff. They had electric bikes, electric scooter, this electric thing, and they're gearing up to ride to Ojai and back. And one of the things is, I don't even know what it's called, but it just got me thinking that we are going to have to start at some point consider something to deal with the speed at which these electric scooters and bikes are attaining. They're on sidewalks, sometimes they're in the street. And the fact that these guys are going to ride these things all the way to Ojai and back, I'm like, man, that's really something. But, you know, these things are hitting 50 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour, and they're not regulated as motorbikes, and they really should be motorbikes. And, you know, at some point I think we're going to have to deal with that. And then the batteries are, you know, becoming increasingly problematic, and, you know, remember the boat that burned out there in the ocean. And so anyways, these are the type of things that risk management people are thinking about and talking about. And I know there's a lot of discussion about properly disposing of batteries when they become obsolete and stuff. So it just got me thinking about all these electric alternatives that are out there. And sometimes I see kids in our community on these bikes, and they're in the street. They're riding them as if they're a motorcycle, and these are kids that aren't even licensed. And, you know, it's a real safety issue. So I think it's something that we're going to have to start thinking about down the road. It's late. That's it.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Excuse me while I wake up. Okay, so I did attend the VCOG meeting, has an alternate this week. I also attended the AWA meeting. I was really pleased to attend the opening of the Port Hueneme Museum open house on Saturday. It just brought me to tears. I thought it looked great, and I just want to extend my gratitude to the committee and all the hard work that they put into making this happen. I know that there's still more work to be done, but it just looks wonderful and has a good feeling to it. And one of the things I suggested to the committee is on weekends is maybe ask if PD can put the lighted sign on the corner of Ventura Road and Hueneme Road to say museum open today, to maybe draw some more visitors to the museum. I've also attended various legislative briefings. The legislature, state legislature is going on summer recess, so there were a lot of status reports on various pieces of legislation. And I just want to say thank you to City Manager Vega and staff for really supporting our legislative platform and getting letters out and participating in supporting important legislation. We've not done that in the past, and I really do appreciate the extra effort it takes to get those letters out, so thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Martha McQueen-Lejeune.
Thank you, Mayor. So I missed the RDP meeting last week due to my personal travel. GCTD, Gold Coast Transit, they have their new fares are now in place. They started on the 7th of July. There's also a new bus book that's out with everything you want to know about riding the bus, Gold Coast Transit. So you can go to Facebook and just look up Gold Coast Transit and see all the information. I'll be attending a VRSD special meeting on the 25th. I did attend the open house and agree with everything that Councilwoman Hernandez said. Very nice. Both the volunteers and the city staff have done a great job in preparing and now manning the museum. And then all my other meetings are on hiatus, and I'll be going back in September.
Thank you. Yeah, I had no committee meetings. They're all dark. Everyone decided to take vacations in July. But I do want to, I received information that a resident is having a birthday in August while we will be dark. So person asked for a shout out to wish Jean Marshall, who is turning 102 years old on August 15th, a very happy birthday. And I believe the police are going to do a birthday drive-by as well. So happy birthday to Jean Marshall. So next for request for agenda items. Councilmember Gama? Councilmember Hernandez? All right, seeing none, I'm going to adjourn this meeting, the time being 10:24 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.